The COVID-19 vaccines can be our chance to get back to our plans, who we are, what we miss, to get back to each other, to life. But it's okay to have questions, like, how were the vaccines tested? In rigorous clinical trials among adults of diverse backgrounds. Can the vaccines give you COVID-19? You cannot get COVID-19 from a vaccine. Why should I get vaccinated? Protecting yourself also helps protect the people around you. Find the latest information at getvaccineanswers.org.
We do have a quorum. Let me ask, it is my understanding that Commissioner Bogan will be attending by telephone. Commissioner Bogan, are you on the line? Commissioner Bogan, are you on the line? AT&T operator, is Commissioner Bogan on the line? I'll take that as a no.
I believe he would be on a regular line. We're not using the AT&T line, so we'll have his office, have him call the number.
Please check on that. Thank you. The board retreat, which is in fact not a board retreat at all. It is actually a budget workshop. So I will call it a budget workshop. Is called to order at 10:04. I have three quick announcements. First, for those of you that I think all of us are unfortunately aware about one of our former members, Kristen Jacobs. We had been planning on naming the park after her at our next meeting at the request of the family, which is scattered, but they will be all in Florida for our April meeting. So that has been postponed. The naming of the park has been postponed until the first meeting in April. Second announcement is at our last workshop, there was substantial discussion as to what should occur in reference to upcoming spring break. Through discussions that we've had since then, the city of Fort Lauderdale has agreed that they would be enforcing shutdown orders issued by the county. And based on that, at this point in time, there is no plan to do curfews because, they have agreed, and that was really the big problem, the stumbling block. But since we're all now cooperating together, there will not be, or there's currently no plans for curfew. And third, one of the presentations will not be heard today. Unfortunately, our port director, Jonathan Daniels' father, passed away unexpectedly, and so Mr. Daniels is with the family and will not be presenting today, and we determined it would be better to have him present the port, so that will not be heard today. Before we begin the budget process, County Administrator, do you have any announcements, or do you just want to start on the meeting?
I'll just go ahead and get started if you,
Okay.
you don't mind.
Take it away.
So believe it or not, we're in the throes of preparing for FY 2022. It's hard to believe. It's just like we just finished the budget process last year, a week ago, but here we are. It's now time to look ahead. So typically we have, we kick off with a retreat. We talk about those, we look at our, our strategic plan, our, things that we want to have accomplished. But last year and this year are anomalies again, and so we're in a different mode. And I want to thank the property appraiser for agreeing to come today. Thank you, thank you. Hopefully you have some good news to offset my bad news. We'll be a tag team partnership relationship today. But a couple of things. The mayor had advised that there have been a number of requests for entities from the community who would like to come and have present to the board, and rather than have this occur at every meeting, what I'd like to do, if this is okay with the board, is that if you'll see here shortly, we have several presentations going through until August, quite frankly, on the budget. And so if that's the will of the board, we will schedule those entities together so that you're hearing what's going on, if that's what you want to do. My concern, obviously, is that this is not the year. I don't have a parking lot because there's no money. I don't expect to have money for a parking lot, but there could be gaps in the community that you all want to talk about, and that's certainly appropriate, and we want to be able to respond, be as responsive as we can on that. So we will fit that into the schedule. If you can just let us know so that Norm and I can make sure that we have the ability to do that, and we'll send you out a revised schedule so you'll have it.
Ms. Henry, to
Yes.
comment on that, as you and I have discussed, of course, I have received requests for several presentations from community groups, and as we have discussed, I want to clarify that what we're talking about is, if we want to do this, we can have one meeting where that's all we'll be doing. It'll be a workshop where we can hear from all of these. However, it may be necessary to do things that Commissioner Ryan and Senator Rich and I are familiar with, the budget process, which is, if you're going to direct more money to one area, you have to identify what area that money is coming from. Because, as you have indicated to me this year, there's not any, or there won't be any fluff in the budget. Not that there's ever fluff, but that this year, because of expected budget shortfalls, again, depending on what happens in President Biden's rescue plan and we see what the cities and counties get, but that this year we're expecting shortfalls, which could be quite substantial shortfalls. And if we're trying to ensure no reductions in services and no layoffs, or no, not even reductions in hours or days, then it may or may not be necessary to do something where if you want additional money in, you'd have to identify the source of that money.
Thank you, Mayor.
And Senator
Thank
Rich,
you.
I'll get you as soon as.
And that's kind of the gist of it. We, as I said, hopefully the property appraiser will give us some good news because.
Marty?
Yeah, yes, he's the happy Marty. So. But so we know that we have not been collecting revenue with transit. We know that we have not been collecting revenue at our parks. Our parks have been converted into rescuing the community with testing and vaccinations. So we have a number of our programs where we suspended a lot of what would have otherwise been admissions and things like that. So we know that we have significant revenue shortfalls in several areas. I'm hoping that there is a little bit of growth, maybe hopefully at least flat, so that we're not further digging out of a hole. But as we get closer to June, those numbers become a lot more clear to us. So with that, we're going to, I'm going to have
Actually,
Mr.
Ms. Henry, before
Sure.
you call on him, I saw Senator Rich.
Oh,
had
I'm
her
sorry.
hand up. Senator Rich, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make one comment. Over the last several years, we've had a lot of people coming before us to ask for individual projects, money for individual projects. And it's disturbing to me in the sense that we have a process. And this year more than ever, this is not a normal year. And this year more than ever, I would just try to urge us to have people go through the process we have. As an example, the Children's Services Board, we have a process. They have a strategic plan. They have priorities. We need this coming here and bypassing everything is really not the right process, in my opinion. And I'm not saying it can't ever happen, but we should really put it out there, that especially this year, with the situation that we will be in, that we need people to be going through the regular process that we have set up for our, for budget and for appropriations.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Furr,
Just on that,
followed by Commissioner Honus.
just on
Commissioner
that,
Furr, you're recognized.
thank you. Just on that same point, I had yesterday actually asked about the Children's Services Board coming and doing a presentation, because most of us don't really realize it's a fairly substantial budget. It's about 15 million, all the things that go in there, but it does get hit from all sides of trying to get other monies here and there. And I think we, as a body, need to understand, a number of us have been on that board, so many of us understand it. But it is one of those places where I think we need to kind of key in, see what's happening there, find out if it has more needs than we're giving it. So to your point, I think that's worth taking a look at. Thank
I
you.
just would like to add one thing to that.
Senator Rich
We-
and then Commissioner Honus.
Thank you. We haven't added to that budget in a very long time, to the Children's Services Board budget. It's still at $15 million. I served on there for 10 years. And when I left, it was 15 million, and it's still there. So if we're going to do anything, which probably this year is not going to be the year, I would hope maybe it could be, but it should come through that process because everything is vetted and things are prioritized according to, the way the strategic plan has been developed. So I just, again, want to just try to focus us in that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Honus, you're recognized, sir.
Yes, I'm back on Children's Service Board. I think we've served our time there. And if you look at the budget as Senator Rich and Commissioner Farr has stated, it's almost flatline. compared to growth in other areas in terms of the number of people in Broward County, or revenue stream and what we allocate elsewhere. And the need that they fulfill is critical for the future of our county, helping our children, our most vulnerable population. And I concur with my colleagues that we ought to ensure that the process and the system that they've built, the vetting process especially, that we utilize that system to determine any kind of expenditure that is targeted or anyone comes for when it comes to that area. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I think that they have not grown because they haven't come and says we need more for this or we need more for that. And as such, it's not that there's no need that exists. It's just that we haven't funded the need. And expansion and other programs that could probably be beneficial to our children especially is not being put in place. So I think I agree we should actually have them, hear from them, hear where they are, and at least get a good understanding as to what they do.
Dr. Sharif, you're recognized, ma'am.
So that's all fine and good, but for many years, we've had a deficit in terms of caring for children ages 15 through 17 years old and keeping them out of trouble. We don't have very many programs that do that. And so I would be willing to entertain if the Children's Services Board wants to come forward and fulfill that gap and that need. But other than that, I'm going to entertain whatever we can do to keep children out of trouble over the summer and during the year. There is no after-school programs for the teenagers. And in many areas, the petty crimes and the vandalism and the getting in trouble after school occurs because there's nothing to do. And those are the programs that I, from this day, has asked to have considered. And I know that I've spoken with the BSO, with Sheriff Tony about this, and I've spoken to other community organizations. I would really like to see more work done in that area. That's something that I would be willing to fund no matter what we're going through, is to try to keep kids out of trouble in that age group, because that's where we're having issues. So if they come forward, I'm hoping that they will come forward with something to do that, because I haven't seen that yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Dr. Sharif, and then I'll get you next, Commissioner Honus. What the county administrator and I have discussed, because Commissioner Furr had asked to have Children's Service Board, Commissioner Honus had asked for the Boys and Girls Club. I know that the sheriff has some programs, and what the county administrator has requested is if we're going to have a number of different requests, that we should try and have all of them heard one day, as opposed to having, Boys and Girls Club one day and Children's Service Council one day and a sheriff's program one day, and all of us have done, I put money in for Special Olympics one year, and all of these are important programs. But if we're going to do things where we're going to try and put additional money into certain areas, where, particularly in a year where the county administrator is telling us we're going to have budget shortfalls, we probably should do all of this at one time and understand where the money will have to come from. Okay. Commissioner Honus, you recognize, sir.
Thank you for mentioning the Boys and Girls Club. We fund the 3 Boys and Girls Clubs. We fund 3 Boys and Girls Clubs, and they have, I think, another 7. But the Boys and Girls Club does an incredible job with after-school summer program. Their graduation rate for the high schoolers that attend the Boys and Girls Club is 100% this past year. That's unprecedented. The dollars that we invest there and the support that we give them is multiplied by support from nonprofits in the community, from other cities in the community, helping to subsidize what we put in. The program that they run, I gotta tell you, is absolutely incredible for our teenagers, for our young kids. They give them a hat meal. They help them with homework assistance. They give them homework assistance, and they have entertainment and mentorship at the same time in the one place. I've worked closely with Boys and Girls Club in my district. There are two, and I got to tell you, I don't think there's anything else out there that is as powerful in helping change these children's lives. And only $15 per year for the family to be a part of it. It is incredible what they do.
Commissioner Honus, I have been to numerous Boys and Girls Clubs. Toward them, I think they do a wonderful job. However, as I said, county administrator, we can point to that.
Fine.
There's so many programs we can point to, and that's the reason why we've been asked, if we're going to have any of these, to have them all in one day. Dr. Sharif.
I agree.
I just want to reiterate that I do deal with the Boys and Girls Club in Carver Ranches, and in my city, the Boys and Girls Club does a fantastic job with kids that are in elementary school, but not the middle schoolers and high schoolers. And so I have not seen an effective program throughout the year that will keep all of these children out of trouble. And not everybody gets to go to the Boys and Girls Club. They don't have capacity for all the kids in the community. And so I am entertaining programs that can do that. And so I didn't want this to be a debate. What I wanted to do was bring back what my thought process was, and then at that time discuss it like Ms. Henry said. But yes, the Boys and Girls Club does a great job, but that is not what I'm talking about in this situation.
I understand, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let me ask one question. What is the pleasure of the commission? If it is your pleasure, we can schedule a meeting, a workshop. Again, it would not be just on children's issues. It would be if there is any programs, and I think we've done things like this in the past, where anyone has any programs that they would like to see additional funding towards. Great, we can do that, but all of these should come up at one meeting. I will leave it up to the county administrator to determine, to discuss rules as to whether or not there would need to be something on the order of, all right, if you want this extra money, you have to figure out where it comes from, or whether there's $500,000 or $1 million or $2 million or whatever, that we can be told, all right, there's this very limited pot of money, and anything that you want to add to any place else must come from this pot. County administrator, do you have any thoughts on that? And then I'll ask for, I'll get you next, Commissioner Fisher, whether or not anybody else has any additional comments. Before I call on you, I seen Commissioner Fisher and then Senator Rich, and that's all I see right now. Ms. Henry?
So it helps us a lot if we, when we've got the budget, we got our arms around it. So it's very difficult when you are in your planning process. And one of the other issues that's making the 22 budget somewhat challenging for us, and I know periodically I have to remind you that the state legislature gave us a couple of presents. So we will now have an elected tax collector, and we will.
Presents in air quotes.
Yes. And there will be changes in the way that certain activities take place. As you recall, we were able to work out an arrangement with the clerk of court whereby a lot of the financial functions will remain with the county, but the recording functions will go, and the net impact of that is that we will lose revenue that currently supports the general fund. Now, that's, we're trying to phase a conversation in with the clerk to get that done. The tax collector, same situation. We have been doing research all over the state, and it has been from every county that we've spoken to, it has been a cost shift from the state to the counties. So none of these programs support themselves. They will require, in some instances, the amount they will require is really up to the board. But revenue that we currently net to the general fund will no longer go to the county's general fund. It'll go with that constitutional officer. And so based on what their needs are and how that's spent, we're having to look ahead. We always look 5 years ahead and try to anticipate certain things, and in 2024 and 2025, these things will be upon us. So it just will be helpful to us that when we have this conversation, that we have them all together, and then you can have your budget team. We can get in a room and we can work through whatever it is that you ask us to accomplish. We'll work it through and come back to you with our very best set of recommendations. But if they come in piecemeals, it's very difficult for us to handle it. So if you're going to entertain these things, let's entertain them at all, so we have a complete list, and then we go back and work through whatever specific recommendations we can bring back to you guys.
Thank you, ma'am.
We're happy to do that.
Commissioner Fisher, followed by Senator Rich, and do I see any other hands? If not, at the conclusion of Commissioner Fisher and Senator Rich, Ms. Henry will start the budget workshop.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fisher.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And as I hear the discussion, several things come to mind that you would have to, in my opinion, have to set aside a specific amount of monies that would be distributed to the various groups. But I think that puts the commission in a very precarious position, because if I'm not supporting one group but supporting another one, and with the budgetary restrictions we have, Ms. Henry, this year with COVID, we heard a little bit about personal monies given away. I think the constituency is going to say, why don't you lower our taxes versus giving money to a program? So I think it just puts us in a precarious position that we need to be very cautious on. Senator Rich is correct. There's a process that they go through to get dollars allocated, for our budget. So I just want to be very cautious in how we react to this, because you could have a flood of folks coming that day wanting a piece of our dollar, and I think it just puts us as a board in a very precarious position. So I want to go to record for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fisher. Well said. Senator Rich, and then Ms. Henry.
I just one final comment on the Children's Services Board. I don't believe it's appropriate for us to lump them with all of these other people that might or might not be coming for money. Children's Services Board is our advisory board on children. And it's been like that for as long as I can remember. The important thing is that they work closely. When we passed the Children's Services Council in this community, it was one of the most important things was for us to work together so that we didn't duplicate services. That's why it's really important, before we hear all of these, plethora of people coming and asking, that we know and understand what our Children's Services Board funds, how that connects, relates to what the Children's Services Council does. So I just want to ask that we put them in a different category and have them make their presentation separate from individuals coming to ask outside of the process for money.
If I might, Mayor, I was certainly not suggesting that it should be individual asks. I was thinking programmatically, and I guess I should clarify that, because you're right, Commissioner. You can have the line wrapped around the door, and that's not what we were contemplating. We were thinking or larger, like a children's services. So we look at it. We support from children to our seniors, and there are organizations that are strategically poised to they help us. They do that. So we wanted to be able to find a way to corral all of that. So what I was envisioning was, as what was just said here, if we wanted to have a conversation about elderly, we wanted to have a conversation about children, and each of you, have roots and ties to these, that we would try to do that in some form. But I'm absolutely not asking to have every individual not-for-profit come in and knock on the door. No, we would manage that differently. But just when you have requests for the regular commission meeting for these agencies to come in, and they've actually in some cases been invited to come and tell you about their issues, and we're like, no, that's just not the proper way to handle that. And I think once you have an idea of what it is that we're really facing from a financial standpoint, I think that'll be a way of getting that corralled, because it'll be abundantly clear what you're able to do and not willing to do.
Ms. Henry, would you like to start the budget workshop?
So, with all of that, we have, and I must say we have an awesome team, and I look at the things and the challenges that we're facing, and one of the things that we do not take for granted and is when you start to look at our economy, there are certain, this is just a fact, not disparaging anybody at all, but if that airport isn't functioning, if that seaport isn't functioning, if we really haven't shored up our tourism operations, because that's our bread and butter, and all of the efforts that you all have been pushing for our small businesses, because we know that that's our lifeblood, you're at the center of really what's driving this economy. And one of the things that we've been looking at, we have been in such a comfortable position for many years. Our Broward's unemployment rate has usually been the lowest or right near the lowest in the state for many, 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 many months. And so when you'll see shortly, we have been at a low of 2.6, and now we're at 6.6. We're triple where we've been. And we feel it, we hear it. And our team has really, they're sort of now being laser focused on their piece of this pie, because we have to make sure we shore it up and that we have specific strategies. We're going to have to make strategic investments to make sure that those areas of our economy they're held up, they're sustained, and that we can push forward with those things that will drive us 2 years from now, 4 years from now, 5 years from now, because again, there are things that are coming at us just constantly. We are hoping that the federal government be a partner with us this year. We're not very hopeful that we can see a lot from the state at this point. We're just trying to keep them from taking more. We have a great team, and thank you, Mayor. I asked Jonathan to focus on his father today. It truly was unexpected. So, but I want you to hear from him, because if when we're amongst ourselves, there's just a lot of passion and a lot of ideas and a lot of, go get them. We're actually resorting into naming ourselves around here, and Jonathan is Aquaman. And I'm going to let Mark tell you who he is. We're getting ready to try to put some superhero clothes on around here, because that's how we feel. This is just how important this is. So I'm now going to turn it over to Norm. Norman, I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit into the mic, because you have such a soft voice that we want to make sure
I'd like to hear from
you.
Captain Marvel.
Well, you have to wait. You have to see that you don't take over Mark or mine. I'm not going to tell you who I am just yet. They named me. I didn't name myself. Okay, Mr. Foster.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mike?
I'm going to turn it back to the county administrator in a second or two. But just to remind you all of the schedule that we do have laid out, it's very similar to previous years and will end as usual in September with the first and second public hearings on the budget. We will work in the items that you talked about, and we will rearrange the Port Everglades presentation for Jonathan to make at some point in the next several weeks. And then I think I'll turn it back to the county administrator. I think she touched on some of these themes, but this is kind of like the overall description of today's presentations.
I really want and again, I did, but there's a couple of things that I want you to focus on our road to recovery. We are anxiously and watching what is going on in the federal government, because if this current plan that they have for stimulus does take into consideration what local governments are trying to accomplish. They want to keep our first responders on the job and working, and we all know that many of them are struggling to do that. We are very fortunate that as a county, we're poised and we're positioned to try to keep our vaccination programs going. But, you know, this is an issue that every day there's something new. We will be working with our first responders. The governor has finally given the go-ahead for teachers, first responders that are over 50. So we're going to set up a specific pod for that so we can get them in and out and vaccinated quickly. We'll keep them out of the main registration system so that again, since the county is footing the bill for this, all we're asking for is the vaccine so that we can quickly get what we need done so our economy can continue to open up. But you'll hear from Mark, you'll hear from Stacy, so I'm not going to repeat anything there. You will also hear from at least an overall, where are we with the transportation surtax, because that's the community trusted us to get some things done there. And finally, that one is really kicking off, and it's going to be a major boost to the economy for people, for jobs and the like. So back to you, Mr. Foster.
And Ms. Henry, my
Yes.
understanding as per our conversation is that assuming that some form of the Biden plan passes, that this time the money for cities and counties will go directly to the cities and counties and not the state, because last time when money for the cities went to the state, that's where it stayed.
Absolutely, and we are well aware that the National League of Cities was a lot more aggressive this year, as well as the Florida Association of Counties and others, to say that you've got to direct those resources to where it is most needed. Now, who knows? They're going to, they're doing their thing up there, and I'm hoping by the end of the week or next week we'll have a better feel for it. In either case, I think our county is poised to get through what we need to get through from that perspective. But if they don't do what we are hoping that they would do, we'll manage through like we managed through all the time.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Foster.
We're going to start with just a few slides. I don't think anything is news to any of you, and then we'll have the property appraiser. But just setting the stage for where we've been the last calendar year and starting 2021. We'll talk a little bit about how unemployment rates have changed for the state overall and for the county. For tourism, the statewide number is 34% fewer tourists came to the state in calendar 20 versus calendar 19, and clearly that's had a big impact on all the industries that tourism supports. On terms of the county, we want to give you a little update because we talked to you, I think, last in August. So for sales tax, our fiscal year, which ended on September 30th, came in about $9 million, which was 9% lower than what we'd originally budgeted for fiscal '20. We had thought it might be as much as 15% down, so in relative terms, that was a little better than we expected. Tourist development tax, fiscal '20 ended at $64 million, which was 29% down. We'd thought about 30, we thought about 28, so again, that was concentrated in those last months of the fiscal year. Gas tax came in about 14% down. If you remember, in April and May and June, there just was a lot less travel going on, but it has recovered somewhat. Again, we thought about 15. And as the county administrator mentioned, the parks have really been doing an unbelievable job doing testing and now vaccine, but it has had an impact that their general fund revenue is down. In fiscal '20, it was about $6 million for the year, because again, the summer was their big revenue months. We originally, at the start of the year, thought it would be 16, and so it came in about 60% below. Sorry for the busy chart. This is actually unemployment rates for the entire country, for all 50 states, for all the months of calendar '20. And so we focus just here on Florida, which started about 3% in January and February and ends the year at about 6%. The worst hit states were the ones most affected by travel and tourism, which is Hawaii and Nevada. Within the state, our unemployment rate, as Ms. Henry mentioned earlier, was just about 3% coming into the pandemic, and is still 6.6 in December. The counties that were affected the most were those close to Orlando, with their very strong concentration of entertainment and travel. But as you can see, we're ending the year with an unemployment rate about twice of where we started. This is a little bit of a busy chart, but this breaks that into then the number of people employed and unemployed. So if you look in January and February, we had about 1,010,000 people employed in Broward County and about 31,000 people unemployed. The worst month in April, we dropped down to about 800,000 people employed and 140,000 unemployed. And as you can see, there's a big gap up there. And if you remember back, there was all those issues with the unemployment system, and also some people may have dropped out of the labor force. And so it's been a good recovery over the summer from horrendous numbers. These are horrendous numbers. But we end the year not with 1,020,000 people employed, but with 941,000, and not with 30,000 people unemployed, but 66. And so those are still very, very tough numbers. And as you note at the end of the year, again, we're short several tens of thousands of people in the labor force. So they've either dropped out, or they've moved away, or aren't being picked up by unemployment because they don't qualify anymore, though that probably isn't true with the extensions. But that's kind of what it's meant for the number of employed people in the county. Just to give you a sense, the state does publish some numbers. This is not the actual sales tax by these industries, but the actual gross sales that are reported on those tax returns. So the blue line is kind of the overall number, and you can see in May and June it was down about 20% from the starting level. But you can see but it has recovered by the year end, which is sort of interesting, and I'll come back to that in a second. The sales of cars went down about 30–40%, but they've actually recovered back to the pre-existing level. These are all versus 12 months previously. And you can see restaurants was one of the industries hurt the most, where it was well down over half of their gross sales at the worst of the pandemic. It's recovered to probably about 85 or so there. When you look at the actual state sales tax collected, you can see they dipped to as low as 68% in the middle of the summer, but it has recovered back to the same level as a year ago. And because of that, I think this is at least on the sales tax side, but there's been a lot of federal aid that is probably supporting those sales in the fall. If you look at the state's forecast from December, and I think they're going to update this fairly soon, the prior forecast, and now you have to switch your hats, or at least some of you probably won't, but state fiscal year, just to remind you all, is July to June. So the state brought in $24.6 billion of sales tax in the year that ended June 30th. And so the first number in state fiscal year '21, their forecast was, which was from last summer when things were looking the worst, was they would bring in $24.1 billion, which is actually less dollars in the next fiscal year than the past one. They added $806 million to that forecast for the year that we're currently in. So they now think we'll end at 24.9 in terms of what the state will collect in sales tax. So if you jump over to the second last column, that means it's a year-over-year change. They thought they were going to be losing 1.8% of sales tax. They now think the growth will be 1.5. Again, not a strong growth in sales tax, but a lot better than losing 1.8%. And then for state fiscal year '22, which will start next July, they see a growth. In the prior forecast, they thought it would grow 10% from that very low number. They're now still seeing growth of 7% from the new number. But again, the state's seeing some recovery in their sales tax forecast, and we think they'll be updating that again in the next couple of weeks, so we'll look at that too. Why these all matter? Well, state sales tax and state revenue sharing, as you all remember, is our second biggest funding source for the general fund, but the biggest is 84%, is ad valorem taxes, and so given that it's the most important, we brought one of the most important constitutional officers to talk to you, so property appraiser.
Hello, everybody.
Commissioner Kier. Oh, sorry, Representative. No, Appraiser Kier.
Thank you, Senator, Commissioner, Mayor. I appreciate that. Well, thank you all so much for having me today. I really appreciate this. I was looking forward to it.
What's your name, sir?
Yes, it is Mark Bogan. Nice to meet you. Well, I want to thank you all so much for having me today. I really do. And before I give you what we project, which I think is actually very positive, I just once again want to thank yourself, Mr. Mayor, and the Commission for the great work you all have been doing. I have to tell you, you all have done an excellent job in a very, very difficult time. And I also, as always, want to compliment our incredible county administrator who just told me today that she's foregoing drop and she's staying forever. So that is a great thing. Thank you, Ms. Henry. You can't tell because I had a mask on. Before I talk about what I came for, I want to just introduce you to the folks that I invited today that can answer, I think, any questions that you all have. The first two staff members I wanted to make reference to are Bill Behringer. He's our Director of Real Property. He's that gentleman right there. And Holly Chimino, our Director of Finance, Budget, and Tax Roll. This is Holly. They can speak really about our projected real property value. I'm going to give a snapshot, and they're going to come up in more detail. Also, I brought Alona DiPaolo, my Chief of Staff, and also Brian Allen, our Director of Informational Technology. This is Brian. I brought them just in case anybody has any questions with regard to our camera system. It doesn't affect this process, but I know that is something that the County Commission does like to ask us about, which is going to go live in 2022. And finally, I also brought our Director of our Value Adjustment Board Appeals Division. His name is Andre Park. Andre is right there. And I brought him in case anybody would like to discuss the Value Adjustment Board process and also where we are at this time. Now, before I give you our projections, there's a couple things I need to make reference to. First of all, these are very, very preliminary numbers. This is very early. And the reason being is because we determine the value of all property on January 1st of the tax year. So when we provide you the numbers that you're going to set your millage rates on in basically June of this year, it's based on what was the value of the property on January 1st, 2021. And the way we determine the value of the property, for residential properties, it's going to be really comparable sales from 2020. And also for businesses, it's really going to be income that has been produced, income generated by businesses during 2020. And so these numbers are going to move. Also, you're going to have people have till September 20th, 2021 to sign up for homestead exemptions or any other exemption. And we also do anticipate a significant amount of Value Adjustment Board petitions that will be filed this year, especially with commercial properties, because businesses did lose a significant amount of income last year. But with that said, we ran a number of scenarios based on the data that we have, and we feel very confident about these scenarios. If the most likely scenario we see is approximately a 4.33% increase in value from 2020, which is, I think, a very good thing. Oh, thank you. Under the worst case scenario, And this is my staff told me this is the worst case scenario. They don't think it will go any way below this. They ran just the most difficult situations you can imagine. And they believe under the worst case scenario, you'll see a 2.82% increase from last year. So no matter what, we project you're going to see an increase in property values overall, taxable values. Now, something that's important to note is what's really driving this is the fact that residential properties are very, very strong. And for you all, when it comes to the collection of property taxes, 62.28% of property taxes are collected on residential properties. 33.57% are collected on commercial properties. Less than 1% is collected on agricultural properties. And finally, less than 4% are collected on tangible personal properties. Overall, you have 753,071 total parcels of real property in Broward County. That's residential and commercial. And out of that, what's very important is approximately 408,292 have a homestead exemption. And when a property has a homestead exemption, there's a Save Our Homes assessment cap that's in place. And that means that those 408,000 properties this year, the value that they're taxed on, can't go up more than 1.4% because that's the Consumer Price Index. So even though more than half of the parcels of Broward County have that 1.4% cap, the rest of the real estate market in particular is so strong right now that it's actually driving a likely increase of about 4.33%. Now, let me dive into that a little bit deeper, especially with residential properties. Again, 62.28% of property taxes are collected on residential properties. And the median sales price for single-family homes, townhomes, condominium units, and co-ops in January 2020 from January 2020 to January 2021 rose to 12.5%. Now, January 1st, 2020, and this is based on 2019 sales, the median value of a single-family home, townhouse, condominium unit, or co-op was $280,000. Fast forward to January 1st, 2021, and this is all based on 2020 data during the height of COVID. The median sales price for single-family homes, townhomes, condominium units, and co-ops actually increased to approximately $315,000. That's a 12.5% increase. And if you dig into it even deeper, if you look at single-family homes, which are actually the bulk of residential, there are 388,434 single-family homes in Broward County. On January 1st, 2020, the median sales price for a single-family home based on 2019 sales was $392,250. The median sales price on, Commissioner Sharif.
I don't know about the rest of my colleagues, but I can't write that fast.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
So I want to know where this information is.
Sure, we can definitely provide it to you. You know, we didn't bring a.
She wants a copy of your speech.
Absolutely, I'll give it all to you without a doubt, Commissioner Sharif. This is what we'll.
I'm trying to follow along, and you are happy.
Yes.
You talk very fast.
Absolutely.
And I love it.
Right,
Well,
Dr.
thank
Sharif,
you.
I was planning on asking him for a copy of this.
Sure.
At the end, because I agree with you, none of us can.
It's a little too quick.
These are important, no.
It's
Sure.
important.
You're doing fine, but we
Yes.
all need these numbers.
I understand.
So we can respond to questions, so.
Sure.
I was going to ask you. same thing
Absolutely.
I
Dr.
think
Sharif did,
your median numbers for the income, for the residential
Mm-hmm.
properties and some of the statistics about the businesses is very important for us to
Yes.
have.
Right.
Because we've been having those types of conversations, so I just
Sure.
think that if you could send that
Of
to us, that would be
course.
perfect.
What we'll definitely do is, Bill Behringer and Holly Chimino will speak more in detail about it and let you know how they got there. And I'll gladly send you all the information we have. The only reason, the only thing I do want to, just to make reference to, these are projected numbers, and they're going to change. So they should not be relied on as you're determining the budget for this year. But these are what we believe the information should be. But that's a great question, Commissioner Sharif. Thank you very much. We'll send that over today, without a doubt. So single-family homes, let me just jump back into that real fast. On January 1st, 2020, the median value for a single-family home was $392,000. Fast forward to this year, January 1st, 2021, and you're looking at 2020 data, the median value for a single-family home was $445,000. That's an increase of more than $50,000 of value in 1 year, which is pretty incredible because that's based on the data from 2020, the sales in 2020, which is really during the height of COVID. So taxable value for single-family homes are important as well. In 2020, the taxable value was about $92,021 million. Fast forward to this year, right now, our projected taxable value for single-family homes is approximately $97,064 million. That's a 5.5% increase. Let me just jump into condominiums real fast. You have 253,556 condominium units in Broward County. On January 1st, 2020, the median sales price was $155,000. Fast forward to January 1st, 2021, the median sales price based on 2020 data is $170,000. So if you look at the taxable value for condominiums, that comparing last year to this year, in 2020 it was $36,592 million. In 2021, we estimate it to be approximately $38 billion. That's a 3.5% increase. I want to just briefly talk about commercial properties because these are actually very, very important. Commercial properties represent 33.57% of the property taxes that are collected by you. So there's still a significant amount. And there is under Florida law, as you know, an existing 10% cap, basically meaning that the value of a commercial property that's existingly owned can't go up more than 10% except for the school portion of the tax bill, which doesn't affect the county commission. And in 2020, the taxable value of commercial properties in Broward County was right about $72,300 million. In 2021, we're right now looking at a 4.9% increase in value to about $75,913 million. That's our projected increase. It's a 4.9% increase, and the reason being is because there's a lot of properties, new construction, that we're actually adding to the tax roll. And that's a very, very good thing. So overall, the overall increase in taxable value from 2020 was $210,191 million. That's what you set your millage rates on. This year, we estimate it to be right around $219.2 billion, which would be a 4.33% increase in taxable value. Now, I just want to talk about one more thing before I bring up Holly and Bill. Again, this is very early in the process. January 1st is our date of assessment, and we still have a lot of properties throughout Broward County we have to attribute value to. The second thing is there is a lot of new construction that we're still adding to the tax roll that's not included in here, but will be by June 1st when we give you the numbers. And we do anticipate a significant amount of value adjustment board petitions filed. To give you an idea, in 2019 we had 10,795 commercial petitions filed. 2020, there was 1,000 more to 11,750 commercial petitions, and 2021, there is likely going to be a large increase over that. And so all that is going to affect the numbers, but the one thing that I believe we can safely say is no matter what, even in the worst case scenario, the county will likely see an increase in taxable value for this year. With that said, Mr. Mayor, may I call up Holly and Bill, or is there any questions that you need?
No, I'm sure there are questions.
Sure,
First,
yes.
So what I heard you say is that our affordable housing crisis got much worse.
It is very difficult for everybody at this time. Every single city sees an increase in value. And the amount of, especially now in 2021, the amount that people are paying for homes is really incredible. It is, we live in the most cost prohibitive area in the nation, I believe.
Okay,
Yes.
hold on, I have one other question, but I saw Commissioner Bogan, Commissioner Ryan, Commissioner Holness, Senator Rich, was that, okay, Senator Rich.
Sure.
Okay, one question, which I've been assuming is the case, and I've been telling people is the case, so I should really find out if it is the case.
Sure.
If you have a commercial property, and in 2019, or January 1st, 2020, it was 95% rented with 95% current on the rent, and in 2020, January 1, it was 60% rented and 70% of those current on the rent. Is the value of that property less for taxable purposes? Obviously, in real purposes, it's worth less. But for taxable purposes, I would assume, and I've been telling people that it would be worth less, and therefore the subject of value adjustment board appeals. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's very accurate. So as you know, when we value commercial properties, much of it is based on income when the income's available to us. We try to make our own income pro forma just about on every income property based on a lot of, found now is there are a lot of businesses, especially, hotels and others that really did have large vacancy rates last year that are actually sharing their income data with us. And that income data is, in many situations, is reducing the value from the year prior.
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Bogan, followed by Ryan Holness Rich. Commissioner Bogan, you recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Carrie, you do a great job as property appraiser.
Thank you.
You're always responsive. I appreciate it when I call.
Thank you.
My understanding is the increase in property values of these sales, it really has a lot to do with a lot of people from COVID moving down here, buying properties from the east, the northeast.
Yes.
Which I kind of look at as kind of an anomaly. I don't know, is there a way where you wouldn't be, do you look at situations like that? Instead of just taking, hey, increases have gone up, there's a reason why. And I believe if there was not the COVID situation, you wouldn't see this going on the way it is right now. And I just, thinking of, the continual raising of property values means the raising of property taxes. And I didn't know if you take that into account at all and see what.
Sure. That's a great question, and you're 100% right. There is data that we're able to find. For example, when somebody files for a homestead exemption and they're moving from, let's say, New York or California, we'll know. And the one thing I can say for certain is we see a significant increase of people moving now to Broward County from the north than there has been in the past. And every day I'll walk in my office and there'll be people in there and I'll just talk to people randomly and they'll tell me, Marty, I lived in New York City, sold my place there, decided I want to become a Broward County resident, and it's every single day. And the people that are coming down, I think a lot of the people that are coming down buying these properties are really driving these values to where they are at this time.
It's not only raising their taxes, it's raising their insurance premiums, it's raising a lot of things because, if your office says, okay, these are legitimate values, whereas you could also look at it as a temporary spike up because of what's going on. Doesn't mean it's the actual value. And I didn't know if you take that,
That is such a great question. So for our purposes, every year stands on its own. And there's a good chance that next year, maybe values will start coming down. Maybe people won't be moving in. And what we would do is next year, we'll look at all the sales from this year, and that'll let us know, then we'll take that into consideration for next year. But for this year, we have to look at the data that's there. And it's hard for us to know whether or not it's a bubble, whether or not it's going to go up or it's going to go down. We just basically look to see what the sales were, and that drives the values for this year. So for our purposes, we don't really have the ability to take anything into consideration but the actual sales and the data that were there, but it could very well affect it for next year. And I actually think you're 100% right in what you had said. So hope that answers the question. Thank you for that.
Were you done, Commissioner Bogan? Yes. Okay. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ryan, you're recognized, sir.
I'm glad Commissioner Bogan stopped when he was batting 1,000. On the commercial properties, I'm interested in kind of a little breakdown here, because I was somewhat surprised that you right now are anticipating a 4.9% increase in commercial properties. If you break them down, say, industrial property, you have the hospitality, you spoke about the hotels, you have also warehouse space, you have professional office space. In particular, you mentioned the hotels as having a decrease measured on the income approach, and I think you're going to see the same thing with office space. Owners that had no interest in showing you their rent rolls in years past now are offering these rent rolls. So in a breakdown, what do you see as the average increase or decrease in office space, for instance, because that's where most people are able to work remotely?
May I, Commissioner and Mr. Mayor, may I bring Bill Berenger up, our Director of Real Property?
No.
He is intricately familiar with every single use code. And
Yes. However,
yes.
I don't know what to call you.
Oh, Marty.
Yeah, look at Marty, if you will also stay, because
Yes,
I
of
know
course.
there's other questions.
Oh, yes,
for you.
absolutely,
So,
yes.
sir, if you will come up and join the appraiser.
Good morning. So to answer the question on specific use codes and how they're performing within the market is kind of difficult at this time. And the reason being is we're still in the process of gathering the fourth quarter 20 data, which is going to be coming out at the end of this month. And we're also still in the process of getting the room revenues or the bed tax for the hotels, which will also be coming out at the end of this month. So it's difficult to kind of predict on hotels or specific property types and how they're going to perform income-wise within the market. We do work with several property owners, and we do work with several tax reps that will provide us the information when needed to work on specific properties. But one of the other things that we've done, which was mentioned earlier by Bertha, is the local businesses, the local offices, the local restaurants. You know, those are the ones that get lost in the numbers, so you say, because when you're working on, you know, an office building and you can see what the statistics look like overall, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get that little tiny office building sitting there on the corner. Those can kind of get lost in the numbers sometimes. So one of the things that Marty suggested this year was to send out surveys to these property owners, and we sent out about 26,000 surveys to not only hit the big properties and gather that data that we don't always get, but it's to also get the information from the local businesses so we can see how they're performing during this pandemic. And that's going to be really helpful in trying to get those local businesses, seeing how they're performing, seeing what their vacancies are, seeing how that income is performing, so we can actually focus on those properties, put some of those numbers aside that we may get, you know, for vacancy rates, whether they're going up or down in a specific use code. But to put those numbers aside and look at that local business and say, hey, you're really underperforming compared to the market. Let's see what we can do, and let's see how we can help you out.
I saw the survey. I think it's a great idea. Kudos to you on that, Marty.
Thank you.
On the discussion about residential property and it being a very strong market, I mean, I was surprised to see that the single-family residential jumped about $50,000 in 1 year. You know, at some point, the residential property has to be tethered to the wages that we have in South Florida. And so I think you said that you felt the South Florida metropolitan market is like the highest cost of living. And so there, I assume that you're measuring the cost for residential housing as opposed to, or compared with the wages. So if you're out there in Northern California or you're up in New York and the housing prices are higher, still it's not so income constrained because of the prevailing wages there. Does that, the wage, and this is really unsustainable. There's no way that we can keep these property values this high because wages are not going to go up this high. Does that affect, rather than just comparable sales, does that affect how you value these residential parcels?
That is such a good question, and I wish we could. You know, unfortunately, when it comes to determining the value of the residential properties, both the Constitution and the statute specifically says it has to be based on the sales from the year before. So if you have a property that changed hands as an arm's length transaction between a willing buyer and a willing seller, we have to use the sales price. We then take off 10%, which is usually realtor fees, things of that nature that have nothing to do with the value of the property. And that's your new assessed value, and then you apply all the exemptions. If it is existingly owned property, it's based, again, on the data from the year before, and be sales, and they have to be arm's length transactions, and then we adjust them to fit the sales price. But aside from valuing the property in that manner, we wouldn't have the authority to take into other factors, such as that, which I wish we did, which would make it, I think, more fair and make property more affordable for everybody, but we don't have that ability.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ryan, I would only point out that there doesn't necessarily have to be that link, because I suspect that most of that growth is in the $500,000 plus, is in the very expensive housing, $750,000, $1 million. So if that's where the increase is, then that's really not necessarily related to the wages, because people are working remotely or working in different states.
You know, I thought that perhaps it was, and there was an article in the Sun Sentinel about how the snowbirds are coming down with all cash offers and really driving up the prices.
Yes.
But it seems to be across the board, whether it's condominiums or townhouses, luxury homes. It seems like everything is going up.
It is, and actually every city this year sees a pretty significant increase in its taxable value. You know, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Commissioner Holness.
No, Commissioner Holness, you recognize, sir.
Thank you. My experience is it is across the board in terms of all property price range.
Yes.
Certainly the higher end impacts more because those increases, when you average them out, is greater. Got a couple of questions for you, Marty.
Sure.
One, do we have any idea as to occupancy rate now for office and retail? Because I believe that those areas might be more impactful than, say, industrial properties.
It is. I know we're currently working on that. Bill, could you come specifically to talk about that?
So a lot of the information that I'm gathering now is based off of first, second, and third quarter. Again, fourth quarter is still coming in, but I can kind of give you some preliminary numbers on what vacancy rates are looking like across some of the most popular use codes. So for example, looks like offices are seeing an increase in vacancy due to the demand of people working from home. So there wasn't an exact percentage I can give you, but it looks like they were 2 to 3 points higher this year. So we're expecting a decrease, or not, sorry, we're expecting an increase in the vacancies on office buildings because people are working from home. But the other interesting part of that is we got a lot of new construction for office space coming online, and the new construction is actually 76% leased. So when you're getting new construction and these buildings are already becoming pre-leased, it makes you kind of curious about the vacancy rate and what's causing it to go up. And one of the main factors in office building that's causing that vacancy to go up is when you get new construction onto the market, that's going to flood the market. The vacancy rates are going to go up a little bit. But that's also because, a lot of people are working from home. So the office space is going up, the vacancy rates is a couple points higher than normal. As far as retail has been around 4% for 18 and 19. It's going to be probably above 5.5% for this coming year. We know retail took a big hit this year, especially with e-commerce. You got your shopping malls, your gyms, department stores, a lot of those buildings took a big hit this year. A lot of gyms had to close down. So we know retail, the vacancies on retails are going to increase as well. As far as warehousing, you mentioned, warehousing is going to go up about a 2% increase we're looking at. For 2019, it was about 5%. 2020, we're looking at about a 7% vacancy rate on warehouses. One of the things I wanted to touch on, which Commissioner Bogan mentioned earlier, was what we're starting to hear is like this COVID surge. And you're getting all these people starting to flood in to cause these sales to possibly increase in these subdivisions. The interesting part that Marty mentioned is, yes, we do look at all those sales in those subdivisions. And if any of those sales seem particularly high, we'll consider it, we'll put it in with our analysis, but it doesn't mean it sets the market, if that kind of makes sense. That COVID surge is also, you're starting to see that in the commercial areas as well. There's a lot of space that's kind of empty, and sorry, I'm getting nervous. There's a lot of space that's kind of empty, but this COVID surge is causing a lot of these people to come in and fill up these spaces, which is causing these vacancy rates to kind of average out at the end of fourth quarter. So commercial is basically on this big roller coaster. So from the beginning of the year, you started to see everything up at the top. Second and third quarter started to take this big dip. And then fourth quarter, you're starting to see these rates start to rise because the sales are starting to come out to market level. Vacancy rates are starting to decrease, and you're starting to see fourth quarter starting to push up a little bit more. So that's why we're able to make some projections and kind of give you some numbers that look a little better than we're expected.
Thank you, sir.
Let me
Commissioner Honich-Bella.
in terms of, do you have any tracking as to where these buyers are coming from, out of state compared to local, compared to international? Is there any, do you have any way of assessing that, Marty?
Sure.
Yeah.
So as far as buyers, when we look at a sale, it's just a willing purchaser, willing seller. Whether they come out of state or not,
You don't have interest?
yeah, we don't really track it. We just make sure when they do purchase that property, it's arm's length, that fits within the market, and that we can use that sale to establish that value on that type of
I
property.
don't think you do.
We could, Commissioner Hollis, I'm sorry. If they do file a homestead exemption,
yes.
then we could figure out that way for a portion of it.
But are you doing any tracking with that, or are you just?
No,
or you
not
haven't
really.
looked at that?
Not really, no.
So, and I'm asking that in terms of concern for sustainability of these prices at these levels, as to whether or not this trend will continue.
Yes.
And how much local people are actually being able to afford this.
Yes.
The other question for you, and my final is, we know that a lot of these commercial owners are gonna appeal the valuation.
Yes.
Are you going to, when you finalize, because the appeal's gonna come later.
Yes.
When you come to us and say, hey, here's what we believe you are gonna have, are you going to factor in the occupancy rates, for the commercial side of it? And then on the hotel side, are you gonna factor that in to determine, hey, I'm giving you this estimate, but I'm considering these factors that
Yes.
we probably gonna get the appeal and we'll probably drop it down to this?
Yes.
In that assessment?
Yes, and that's such a great question. When we do give the numbers on June 1st, those numbers are still somewhat preliminary because there will be a significant amount of, as you know, Value Adjustment Board appeals. By that time, though, we would have resolved a number of issues with commercial property owners. They have provided their income information with us. There's still going to be a lot of appeals, and we're not going to be able to resolve. We're going to go to the Value Adjustment Board or Special Magistrate, and the Special Magistrate in many of those situations is going to rule for the petitioner, and it's going to then drop down the value more. That's definitely going to happen, but we'll definitely be, providing you all what the June 1st numbers are, and then what we project may be the numbers after that. But the good thing about today, and I asked that same question to Bill and Holly and Andre yesterday when we were going through this, I asked them, I go, listen, let's say the worst case scenario happens and the commercial values based on income goes down to such a number, it drops down significantly. What is the worst case scenario? And the worst case scenario was even if we see a significant decrease in commercial values based on income, overall, the county commission will still see, at the worst case, a 2.88% increase in value. So we project no matter what, there'll be an increase.
Okay, thank you.
Great questions. Thank you so much.
Are you done, Commissioner
Yes,
Holmes?
I'm done.
Okay, thank you, sir. Senator Rich, followed by me. Senator Rich, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Senator.
Heidi, how are you? I just wanted to kind of use the statistics and the numbers that you gave out to just have us be aware of how it impacts affordable housing.
Yes.
Because, all of these figures just validate the crisis that we already had before COVID. And
Yes.
now, when you look at the numbers, we've been working with Ralph Stone because we have a piece of legislation up in Tallahassee that's trying to change the percentages of the Sadowski money, should we get the Sadowski money, that would go for multifamily versus single family. And it's exactly for this reason of what's here. So this figure of median sales, it's at the 392,000 for 2020,
Yes.
and now already it's 445,000
Yes.
for this. And that means right now, when we did our study with FIU Metropolitan Center, which is going to be updated this year, but when we did it, only 12% of people in Broward County could afford a home, a single-family home, at the price then, which was
Yes.
$360,000.
Yes.
So we're just at a point here where, and it doesn't really matter where it comes from, if there are people coming from out of state or whatever, it's still having the same impact on the
Yes.
ability of people to find a place to live.
Mhm.
And so I just, want to bring that up because,
Yes.
as I said, we've corroborated this with the Ralph Stone, who's, director of our housing finance and community development. These are the numbers, and this is what we're left with. And it is, Commissioner Ryan, he's gone, it is definitely a nexus with the high cost of housing and the low wages, and we know it. And we know that we are one of the most cost-burdened places in the country. So I just want to put it out there because what we're doing with this bill is to try to make more money available, both from the state point of view with Sadowski and with our own housing trust fund dollars, so that we can provide more gap financing, so we can have more building of multifamily units in Broward County, of which we already need 147,000. So that's, I think your figures
back that all up.
Yes, you're 100% right. And Senator Rich, may I, and just along those lines, it's kind of the same as from Commissioner Bogan and Commissioner Ryan, Commissioner Holness, Mayor Geller. I appreciate very much this county commission's desire to find affordable housing for people. Because I said before, we do live in the most unaffordable place in the country. And the interesting thing about these numbers, remember the $450,000 number that I mentioned, that's based on 2020 sales. The numbers that are coming now in 2021 that aren't included in here are even higher than that. And under Florida law, really the people that are protected are the homestead property owners. You know, the 407,000 homestead property owners, their value can't go up by more than 1.4%. But if you're a young family or somebody wanting to start out or somebody that wants to make a life here, you can't afford it. It is just heartbreaking. I get calls every single day, or people come to our office every single day just asking for some help, and they just can't afford it. It's terrible. So thank you for what you're doing and what Mr. Stone's doing and the entire commission to address the crisis we're in.
Were you done, Senator? Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Marty, I've got such a good question.
Yes, I will take the sheriff's budget.
Okay, sorry. You're right. Okay,
It's true.
I apologize.
Well, I can answer it right now. I will absolutely take the sheriff's budget and you give him my budget.
Okay.
Deal.
I want to follow up on something that I think it was Commissioner Ryan that asked about. I'm just trying to understand. I think you said, sir, that the warehouses had a slightly increased vacancy from 5 to 7%. So that shouldn't have had a huge increase. I'm trying to figure out if we're expecting the commercial property, there's an increase. And we're expecting that in offices, I haven't been in my office since last March.
Yes.
Although I've still been paying rent on it. But I mean, I know, as Commissioner Ryan said, office space has to be diminished in value. Hotels have to be diminished in value. Retail has to be diminished in value, at least on an income approach. So I'm trying to figure out what's gone up substantially to offset all of those decreases and still have the increase. And
Well,
that's what Commissioner Ryan was asking about earlier. I'm not sure I heard the answer.
Of course, well, I can tell you, and I'll bring Bill up, but one, there is a lot of new construction that is being put on the tax roll, and that drives a significant amount of increase. And then, there were some use codes, of course, that were affected more terribly than others.
Which are the ones that went up
And
substantially?
come on up, Bill. I'll let you answer.
So that's an interesting question when you talk about a specific use code across the board in office space, for example. We know that people are starting to telework from home. Some office buildings are not performing as well as others. But to take an entire use code and say, because this group isn't performing well in office buildings, and say we have to decrease that office building 15%, we just can't do that across the board because they're all different. Sales are also telling us in fourth quarter at 20 that no one's giving away these properties. They're not getting discounts on the pandemic. So when we compare these fourth quarter sales of office buildings and retail and also warehouses, they're not selling below the market price per square foot. They're still selling above the market price per square foot. But we know that that's just sales. We know income is another factor to determine a value. So when we're looking at these office buildings and these warehouses, some of them may need to have some reductions based off the income stream, but we need to get that information in. Some of these properties may be doing just fine. Some of these office buildings, some of these warehouses may be able to sustain, keep that income stream going. So we just can't take an entire office building, or 18s, which we call them, that use code, and decrease them 15%. We really have to look at them as a group. And we have to get that income from those property owners in to say, hey, you have been underperforming, let's look at it. But it doesn't mean that an office building in another location wasn't doing just fine. So when you look at the sales are not below what they were first quarter. Fourth quarter, they're still right where they were supposed to be. But it's the income. And the property owners need to respond to the surveys. the, the tax reps need to give us the information we need for the income, and then we can take a look at them individually.
So are you saying, based on that, that you think that they could actually be a decrease in the existing property values, not factoring in the new properties coming online, and that any increase could be based just on the new properties coming online?
Yes and no, depending on the type of office building. So
Okay.
5-star office buildings could be performing better than the 3-star. 3-star could be performing better than the 5-star. So yes, some office buildings within that group will probably get reduced, but some office buildings may not, because they're doing just fine based off the sales and the income stream. So it's tough to gauge as a use code across the board.
Okay, and since I'm not going to call on myself again, I will just remind you to please send us all of those numbers that you gave. In order, Commissioner Udine, followed by Commissioner Holness.
Sure.
Followed by Commissioner Fisher. Do I see any other hands? If not, I'd like to try and limit it to these three so that we can then move on to our next presentation.
Great.
Commissioner Udine, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the difficult work, because I think the problem that I'm seeing and that I'm hearing from my constituents and just being out there is that, and we can kind of hear it when we speak up here, there's a lot of anecdotal that everyone sees, but it's not really lining up with the severe supply-demand imbalance that's out there. And that goes from residential to commercial to industrial, because the idea of warehouse being down and vacant, you can't buy a warehouse out right now. Every one of these online companies is using the last mile warehouses, so those prices are shooting up. I think that Commissioner Rich, as she always eloquently does, nailed it with the affordable housing, but I would just extrapolate out even more. It's just, we have a severe housing shortage in Broward County. We don't even need to put the word affordable under it, because every category of housing is in such, there's just no supply. I think that when you come back next year, these numbers are gonna even seem more out of whack to everybody, because I think residential is gonna shoot up even higher to the average person on the street who sees what's going on in the real economy, doesn't understand how their home can be shooting up in value. Anecdotally, everybody that I know that can sell their house right now is trying to figure out a way to sell it, because the property values have gone so astronomically through the roof. The problem is there's nowhere for them to go if they want to stay in Broward County. So I think that all the municipalities and governmental agencies are going to try and balance their budgets off of this, like Commissioner Bogan said, kind of skewed number, but I think this skewed number is going to be in place for a little while. From what I'm seeing with restaurants, as soon as a restaurant goes out of business, a landlord's not giving that space away. There's more demand for these restaurants so that they can put it in there. So, I mean, I really don't have a criticism or comment on what you're doing, other than that I think all of us up here get charged with the same brush. They don't understand how these property values can keep going up, and their ultimate tax bill, however you do it, either on our end or on your end, is higher when they see what's going on in the world. So thank you for the report.
No, you're,
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Udine.
Thank you.
Commissioner Holness, and then we'll be finishing with Commissioner Fisher. Commissioner Holness, you're recognized, sir.
Probably praise Kia. We spoke previously about the fact that many of our commercial property owners don't share their data with you. How we, and from my experience,
sure.
I see undervaluing oftentimes. Because what the tax assessment is for on the property compared to what it sells for is oftentimes much greater. What you assess it for and what the actual market brings in terms of pricing. How will you reconcile that?
It's a great question. So, and I'll let Bill come up to discuss it in a little bit more detail, but there are a number of things that we do in our office to really determine what the true value of property is. One thing we invested in is called TREP, which is a wonderful program that actually basically collects data For example, if a business asks for a mortgage or whatever it is, we get that data, and we're actually able to develop our own income pro formas on a lot of the larger properties, so we can really determine what the income is. With regard to when a property does sell, let's say it's a warehouse and it's an actual sale, that we would, for the next year, more than likely use the sales price. If it's an arm's length transaction, we would always take off 10%. We try very, very hard to try to get, we allow every single property owner the ability to provide their income to us, and we constantly send them surveys, we send them letters, so we can actually see what their real income is, so we can determine a value for it. So at the end of the day, we work very, very hard to try to make sure that every property is valued appropriately for that year as to what it should be. But to answer your question more specifically, I'd love to bring Bill up here if that's okay. Thank you, Commissioner Holmes.
Of course. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Sure, that's a great question. There are times where properties will sell above what we have it assessed for, and there could be a couple different reasons. One, our research just doesn't show that sale price kind of makes sense within the market. So when we're setting values using all the research we have available, sometimes somebody just wants that spot more. Sometimes they just want to take that spot for development. Maybe it's because they're starting to put parcels together for future development. So there's several different reasons that could be involved when a property sells way more than what we have it assessed for. But with all the tools and data that we have, which we want more, we want to get it as close to that sale price as possible, but sometimes they just overpay, or sometimes they want that spot, or sometimes it's part of development and they'll just pay top dollar, which is above that our data shows that the assessment is.
Okay, the final question, and it's final. Not even a question, but let me just share with my colleagues this. For years, I'll find, and Marty, I'm sure you're more directly in front of this than I am, that our system that we use today to determine who pays what in property taxes is really skewed against those who already own. Because you get that homestead exemption debt. So our children trying to buy something.
Yes.
Next door to us, the same house. We're paying probably $5,000 in taxes. They could pay $12,000 for the same property, driving on the same street, utilizing the same governmental services. I mean, it just seems unfair to me, and I think something ought to be done. That's a huge factor in driving up the affordability cost also for new buyers coming into the marketplace. You have any thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's, well, there is a disparity in the system, and it's true, and it, as you just mentioned, our system and the Constitution is set up really to protect existing property owners, and usually long-time property owners. And the Saver Homes Assessment Cap, it's a good thing, because as you know, there are a lot of people that have been here for a long time that if that cap wasn't there, they wouldn't be able to afford their properties. But at the same time, it makes it very, very difficult, as you said, for newer people that maybe they just moved here, or a younger family that wants to start their own life in their own home. Because they don't get because they're going to be taxed basically on the sales price of their property, minus 10%, and they won't get the benefit of the cap till after that, they're going to pay much more in property taxes, and it just makes it more unaffordable for them to live here as well. And so I would love for the Florida legislature to put something on the ballot for the people to vote for to actually provide some relief to those, to newer property owners, the people that don't get the direct benefit of that cap, to give them the opportunity to do it. But that's really the only thing that could happen. The one thing, the only saving grace, I think, for people like, if they can afford a property, is that once they buy the property, at least they know after that, even if it's expensive at that time, and even if they're paying more than their neighbor, they do know at least going forward, they then get the benefit of the cap. But there is a lot of disparity in our system that I would love to see fixed.
It also affects people who are not in groups that are traditionally homeowners, minorities, for example. They don't necessarily have that legacy of family that helps them to buy that house. And they buy later in life.
Yes.
And their ownership rate is lower, so there's more room for them to own. this is really putting a damper on their abilities to actually be a homeowner.
There is it's like, and I believe in every system of government, there are lots of disparities that exist that need to be fixed. And, in Broward County, we're an incredibly diverse population. And many people in our lower income communities have not had the same, benefits as people that are not. And one thing that we do in our office, though, which I really, really, really take very, very seriously, and we've actually had a number of conversations about this, Commissioner Holness, yourself and I, is we always want to make sure that nobody gets left behind. So what we do is whatever we can do under the law, we try to bring our office to everybody in Broward County. So one thing that I'm very happy about, I was looking at this, is we've been able to, in our lower income communities in Broward County, ensure that we've had a significant amount more people sign up for homestead exemption that didn't know about it before. Seniors, veterans, widows. And what we also do is, we determine the value of all property based on the data from the year before. And we had a conversation a few years ago, and what I do just about every week is I ask Bill for information, and I want to make sure that all the properties in Broward County are being valued based on the data that was collected from their area. So for example, if you live right here in Fort Lauderdale and we're trying to determine the value of your property, we're going to make sure that that property, if it's existingly owned property, is valued based on whatever the sales data was from similar properties to your property, to make sure that everybody is fair and equal. And so that's what we do. But you are 100% right. There are a lot of people that I think the system has failed over the years and there needs to be some help to them.
Commissioner Holness, let me say then, Senator Ridge and Commissioner Ryan and I went through this in the legislature.
Yes.
You're right. There are inherent inequities built in, but somebody is going to pay for the cost of government. And every time you increase the homestead exemption, which is immensely popular among the voters, what people don't realize is that's increasing the price on every renter, because those properties are not governed, are not protected by homestead, and somebody has to pay. You can increase it on commercial and reduce it on residential, but then the commercial property owners complain. You can increase it, and I've argued frequently that increasing the homestead is unfair, because for the reasons you've argued, number one, it increases the rent, and number two, it creates we had seen, I remember at one point in time, that Wayne Huizenga's property, he had a property on the Intracoastal, and he lived there for a very long time, and he was getting immense hundreds and hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars in reduction in the assessed value. Actually, it was millions in the assessed value, because he'd been there a long time. And therefore, somebody that, other people that were just buying, there was a big disparity. But your options are, you can reduce everybody's rate by, well, not everybody's, you can increase the amount of people that you're charging the rate to by eliminating homestead. But homestead, the whole generation of people have gotten elected to office by pledging to increase the homestead, which is absolutely regressive in nature. Commissioner Fisher, you're recognized, and then we're moving on.
Thank you.
I won't be long, Mayor. Just, Marty, do you see, well, let me back up. Commissioner Holness in the real estate industry and Vice Mayor closes a lot of transactions. Everything is a cycle. And I think right now, where we're seeing the residential market, it has to be some kind of a correction in the future. I don't know when, but it can't continue to escalate, because those that are now buying now with those prices, they're going to see their taxes are going to, when they see, well, maybe they bought something, their tax bill at that particular ownership was $5,000, now it's going to be $15,000. So I just don't know how it's going to sustain the continual growth that it's doing. Even in my own neighborhood, I mean, a property goes on the market, the next day it's sold for just, and prices just continue. Same thing we've experienced in how many cycles we've been through, so we need to be cautious there. And I think also the commercial market too, as we look at that, you know, even the big boxes that are vacant, currently right now, even those corporations are still paying the rent, but eventually they're gonna not. And so that's gonna come out, but Mayor Geller has brought forward too, which is is a great thing we're gonna see next Tuesday, where we'll repurpose those facilities to be able to do, God willing, affordable housing, Senator Rich, on those properties. So everything has to pivot and shift. But I do caution, so my question is, with Bill or with Marty is, are you any way to follow the bankruptcy proceedings in the sense that a lot of them are in Chapter 11, they're reorganizing, but most of them are also liquidating. And I think that's what you're going to see more and more of, especially in this fiscal year and beginning of next year, where those commercial properties are definitely going to file, and I think that's going to hurt us. So is there any measure of the bankruptcy proceedings that you see and how you can predict those?
That's actually a great question. There's really no way for us to track that or catch that as it happens, because for those kind of properties, we have access to the same data as you. So the best example I can give is the Kmart's, when Kmart started going out of business and going bankrupt, and they started closing all those department stores. Well, as soon as we started getting wind and we started doing the research and reading on those, we were able to try to get out in front of it. Meaning, okay, so if Kmart's starting to go bankrupt, we started to try to do the research to see which stores were going to go dark. And if those stores are going to go dark, what were they going to repurpose them to? So now can we shift our income stream from a big box retail to something completely different? Because the property owner would come in and say that they can't use it no more, it's going dark. We would say, yeah, that's an option, but you can also repurpose it for this and we can change the income stream. So the answer to your question is, we kind of have access to the same research when it comes to bankruptcy as everybody else. When we start getting wind of it, we'll do more research to try to stay out in front, but we don't always catch it, but we do our best to stay out in front of it.
All right, members, let me, I'm sorry, Marty, were you done?
Well, no, I just wanted to thank you so much for having me here today, Mayor Geller. And I was just going to add, I thought these were excellent questions. And, I'm a very positive person. I do give a lot of compliments, but I mean the compliments I give. And I just wanted to let y'all know, I appreciated this conversation a lot. And one reason why I love living in Broward County is because everybody that serves on the county commission is very serious about fixing problems that we have. And it just makes me proud to be a Broward County resident. The other thing I wanted to bring up is, at the end of the day, we're required by law, as I said before, just to value every property based each year it stands on its own. What happens one year, it may be different another year. This year, you have residential properties that are really driving the increase that we have. If, let's say, residential properties start leveling out, more than likely, and we won't know till next year, 2021 for commercial properties will probably be stronger than 2020. So hopefully, at least when it comes for your tax roll purposes, hopefully, and we don't know, but hopefully you won't see a decrease anytime soon. Because I know the money that you bring in, you utilize in a very important way to provide service to the people of Broward County. But with that said, I just want to thank you so much, Mayor Geller, and the commission for having me. I thought this was just awesome. And I will definitely get you. I'm sorry that I don't have a presentation. That's my own fault. I didn't bring one, but I will send you the information that I brought.
Okay. Thank you, Marty, and again, always a pleasure to have you here.
You too.
The sunniest guy in Broward County.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thank you. Members, let me just give you a quick update. My understanding of what we have on our agenda in front of us today is we'll have a presentation on the general fund, then we'll have presentation from the airport, the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and the surtax, unless I have the order of the CVB and surtax mixed up.
You're right.
Okay. It's 11:45 at approximately 12:30-ish. We will take a 10-minute break, and then people will take that 10 minutes to go get their lunch, and we'll eat our lunch here. Everybody has ordered their lunch. Lunch has been provided by the county. We'll be eating lunch here. If you would, I'll call it for 10 minutes, so we will be back in 15, but I'm starting the meeting back up 15 minutes after we break, and we'll be eating lunch at our desks. And it is my hope, although I'm not sure, that we'll be able to be done by approximately 2 or 2:30 this afternoon. So that is the general overview, and unless there's any questions, Mr. Foster, if you would.
I just have a few charts then following up on the property appraiser.
Okay.
Some of this is now a little out of date, but ad valorem will keep moving through the year, and especially we're still concerned, and I think as he mentioned, there could be more appeals through the VAB process this year, so there'll probably be more uncertainty. We typically use the property appraiser's value that he gives us on June 1st and then July 1st, and the July 1st number is the one we use for the budget process. It may be subject to more appeals than in a normal year.
Sure, there will be.
So I think the taxable value numbers up there is a little bit different than the tax paid because of the impact of Save Our Homes and stuff, but we'll talk to them, make sure we're on the same page on the numbers. The state does do a projection, and this is now a little out of date. It's from December for what ad valorem would be in Broward County for next year. And this is mostly for the school board and others to do some planning. But at that point, they were suggesting the taxable value for the county for next year would be about 2.5%, which I think is somewhat similar to what the property appraiser was sort of saying might be the low point. Within that, they were thinking at that point residential would go up 2.8 with the cap of 1.4 that we talked about, and non-homestead residential about 2.6. And then the one that we were talking a lot about today, they were actually thinking non-homestead, non-residential, all the rest would go down by 4.5%. It sounds like the property appraiser thinks it's likely to be a positive number, but it does have the new construction in there, and so that might be part of the difference. We just put on for reference that a tenth of a mil in our budget for this year is equal to about $20 million, 20.07. On the other side, on the expending side of the front, so this is just the big picture that we're looking at with the county administrator at this point. As you all will remember, the bargaining unit contracts have a 2% base increase already in for 22. It was a 3-year contract for most of them. We did see the bills that were introduced in the legislature for FRS. They do suggest that the regular membership contribution rate will change from 10 percentage points to 10.67. So that's about a 0.67% of salary increase. FRS, the bill also had the special risk membership rate, which of course is relevant for BSO, going from 24.45% to 25.74. That's an increase of about 1.29%. If you weighted average the two sets of employees, that's about 1% of salary overall for all the employees that you fund. Healthcare contracts, it is being rebid this year, so you will be seeing an RFP on one of the agenda items if it hasn't already come. But that will be taking place over the summer.
Bless you.
And so we will put a number in over the next few months as a placeholder for what we think might be the cost growth for next year. But just to show you what has happened the last 3 years, the gross cost, which is before deductions, before rebates, we've been very successful with a number of rebates, and also we've done a stop loss policy, so we sort of left that to the side. But the gross cost of medical and pharmacy, this is the actual what happened, 20 over 19, 19 over 18, 18 over 17. A few years ago was plus 19%, was 8% 2 years ago, and fiscal 20 ended up 10% above the year before. So healthcare cost is still a big issue, and so it will be part of that bidding process. But those are things that we're trying to look at for the core budget for next year. We still are seeing some contract services costs. This relates to janitorial and other contracts that the county has related to the implementation of the living wage and especially the healthcare changes that came in, I think, at the beginning of the last year. Just as a memo item, every 1% increase in general fund recurring expenditures is about 12.5 million, including constitutional officers. So I think the property appraiser's information is very helpful, and so we'll continue to monitor that. There will be updates from the state. The state is updating, I think, its revenue forecast the next few weeks. So we'll be watching all that as we come to talk to you in a month or two on the next stage of the budget. So I want to turn now to the airport and Mr.
Before you go to the airport,
sorry.
were there any questions? If not, let's go to the airport.
Mr. Mark Gale.
While Mark is on his way up, what I would say about the general fund piece of this is, as you well know, the way that the property appraiser, when he give us the information, we always adjust it by 1% or so because of the value adjustments. We just look at the numbers differently to get to making the budget. So, here's for rooting for the property appraiser. I hope that he's right about the commercial
property appraiser.
Yeah, we hope he's right, and that would be helpful. But in either case, we do know that every year we have to take it down a notch, 1% or so, just to make sure we're comparing apples and apples.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Gale, thank you for being here
Mr.
today.
Gale.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'm sorry. So at the risk of losing my job, we're going to stay in the Marvel Comics theme. I am Iron Man. The Deputy County Administrator on the Marvel Comics side is Captain Marvel, and this is where it gets really tricky, that our fearless leader of the Avengers is the one and only Fury over here, Nick Fury, the County Administrator. So
Am I missing something here?
Someone else has that name.
if we get into DC Comics, everything changes at that point in time, starts to fall apart. So, good morning, Commissioners. Wanted to give you a brief update on where we are with things at the airport. It's just a few slides. In our world, in airport world, there's a saying, if you've seen one airport, you've seen one airport. I have modified that saying to say, if you've seen one airport recovery, you've seen one airport recovery. Just going into this, I think you all are keenly aware that not every airport in the nation is going to recover the same. Those that reside particularly in Florida, we think are going to do much better. Destination marketing, folks who are pent up, want to get out. Business travel is going to remain depressed for some foreseeable future. Leisure traffic is going to actually take over for quite some time. And of course, our reputation has always been as a low-cost airport with lots of low-cost airlines, and we know that the consumers are looking for good deals these days. So with that, we're seeing a lot of optimistic numbers coming our way. I don't want to be the pragmatic pessimist that I was last year, and I want to say that the glass is half full, but I want to see the numbers materialize as we go forward. The first slide just shows where we were with our FY20 budget at the beginning of the year. The forecast as we started to get into the pandemic, and then we actually end up at the end of the year and then rolled into the FY21 budget. Key takeaways there that I wanted you to notice is on airline and non-airline revenue. You'll see that we went from 149 million budgeted airline revenue and 201 million budgeted non-airline revenue to where we ended the year significantly less. And those numbers kind of went into the FY21 budget when I presented in front of you at the end of this summer. We got one quarter in the books, if you will, thus far. We're tracking pretty close to where we thought we were going to be, actually doing a little bit better. The airport, there's some significant signs of life, and we're getting busier and busier each day, which when I touch upon at the end of the presentation is actually going to be a significant challenge for us as we roll forward. That bottom box that you see there is a signatory airline true-up. This is one of those issues that often arises. We have signatory airlines, and with their signatory status where they may achieve some lower rates than non-signatory airlines, they are also on the hook for lots of different things at the end of our year. If we fall short at the end of the year, our signatory airlines, the 9 of them, actually have to make up the difference. So while we've been able to reduce it from an estimated 65 million shortfall down to 37 million, That 37 million gets prorated to the signatory carriers, and they're going to have to give us a check to make up that difference. And with that signatory status, as you know, they get to vote on projects and whatnot at the airport. CARES Act money, and for simplicity, we'll just break it up into what we refer to as CARES 1.0, CARES 2.0, and CARES 3.0. CARES 1.0 was our first tranche of federal funding that we got, about $135 million for FLL. We used $95.69 million of that towards our FY20 expenditures, and 39 in the balance, I should say, of it in our FY21. All of that is already spoken for, and we used it to cover primarily two areas: debt service and payroll. As you know, the airport has about $193 million annual debt service payment. About $55 million of that is paid for through passenger facility charges that we collect with people traveling through the airport. The rest of it has to come from airport revenues. $69,000 for HWO, or North Perry Airport. We split that up over the 2 years. Just recently, you saw the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act. We didn't get as much. Obviously, the pot was not as big there. Airports split a sum of money. Our share of that was a little over $31 million. $3.844 million of that is needed to be used for concession relief per Congress. That has a very specific formula that we are going through right now to see how that actually gets divvied up amongst the concessions. Anecdotally, you may recall that last year we did provide some relief to our concessions, both terminal concessions and rental cars, in terms of MAG waiver. That MAG waiver had an estimated value of approximately $13 million for 3 months worth of relief. So you can see that the 3.88 or 3.844 does not go very far. So we're going to be working, I've been working with my team to see what else we can do if traffic is picking up and we're seeing some good signs of life, what we can do for all of our concessions across the board that gets much better than the 3.844 million that you see there. The 27.240 number, much like the first round, it's a grant. We have to apply for it. We have to use it for specified purposes like debt service and payroll and whatnot, and then the FAA will reimburse us that money. All eyes are on CARES 3.0, the American Rescue Plan Act. Currently, there's about $8 billion that's been identified in the aviation circles there, $6.49 billion to primary airports, primary airport being one like Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood International. And within that tranche of money would be another $800 million for concession relief. That $800 million is further divided out, $640 million. We haven't seen the details on how the mechanics work just yet, but $640 million that would be intended to support or go towards small business or DBEs, and $160 million that would go towards the larger companies in the concession world, and another $100 million that will be split up amongst the general aviation airports. Once we see that gets passed and signed off by the president, we'll be waiting for the FAA to tell us when we might see that. We might even have to roll some of that into our FY22 budget cycle. Quick update on where we are with construction. Terminal modernization program, Terminal 2, Delta is our development partner. We are expecting substantial completion of what we refer to as the airside building, or where the gates are, where you would get on the airplane after you go through security. We came back to the board after this project went through its initial conceptual and launch, and added in what we refer to as bump outs and terminal connectors to be able to connect the terminal facilities behind security. So you can go from Terminal 1, 2, 3, 4, all behind security. As we've been working that project with Delta and working very hard with them, this was done pre-pandemic. Now we're in pandemic. We're seeing an opportunity here where we think we'll be able to de-scope that particular piece from the Delta program. I'll be bringing that in front of the board here shortly, and propose to rebid it as a BCAD-led project. We think we can, on a conservative note, save as much as $40 or $50 million off the project cost by going in that direction. More to follow on that. Terminal 3, our development partner is JetBlue. We expect to reach substantial completion of the terminal facility itself by December of this year. That connector bump out that will take the terminal corridor from T2 which we added to the JetBlue side of the house, should be finished by Q1 of '22. Terminal 4, which is a BCAT-led project, substantial completion September of this year. We're currently working on the last phases of that, which is the Federal Inspection Services Area expansion. The next phase is going to open up this month, and it looks phenomenal. I think that our international guests are going to be really impressed by the facilities that await them. What's next in the pipeline? Terminal 5. As many of you know, the airlines have already approved us to move forward with Terminal 5 development, a new 5-gate facility, which is really, for lack of a better term, an enabling project. It was a stepping stone to give us a little bit more capacity until such time as the larger, broader master plan was able to take effect. The airlines had approved that majority in interest vote, and we actually had sold some bonds for it just pre-pandemic. Now we know where we think we're going to be coming out of this, to at least to a certain extent, where the airlines are comfortable with at least moving forward with this piece here. The draft program definition document, which really details what the terminal is expected to be, is currently under review by JetBlue, and also the lease amendment that, or I should say addendum, that's under review by JetBlue. That would be the vehicle by which JetBlue would be our partner, much like they have been on T3. All of that will come back to the board here shortly for your review and approval, and happy to brief you each individually to see where we're at.
Mark, if you could just remind for the public where the new T5 will be. I mean, we have this horseshoe, so it's kind of hard to envision where will Terminal 5 end up.
So as you travel around the airport, you know that we do a big U-shaped. You pass Terminal 1, Terminal 2, you make the hard left. It's Terminal 3, you make another hard left. You have Terminal 4, and then you start to exit the airport. But before you exit the airport, there is green space there, what's been used for construction laydown space immediately to the east of Terminal 4. That's where Terminal 5 will go. Between Perimeter Road and Terminal 4, it will be connected by a post-security as well as a pre-security corridor to Terminal 4. On day one, the anticipated occupant of Terminal 4 was going to be Spirit Airlines to handle their growth. Day two, and by day two I mean actually when other facilities come online with the master plan, the occupant of that facility may change depending upon what other shifts that we have to do in order to keep pace with who's growing at that particular time, 3-5 years down the road or so. Okay. And the master plan, the FAA and FDOT have both signed off on our airport master plan and the layout plan. We're in what I refer to as a gut check right now. The board was gracious enough to approve an extension of the master plan contract last year, knowing that we were probably going to have to reevaluate our forecast to see if everything remained the same. Did we just shift everything with the master plan by 18 or 24 months? The master plan team, Racondo, just recently received some work authorizations for us to actually do a deep dive to see what industry looks like coming out of the pandemic so that we can actually make the best business decisions going forward. They're knee-deep in that work, and I met with them for quite a while yesterday, starting to review the initial findings of their analysis. More to follow on that as we come out of the pandemic. This is where it gets really interesting in terms of our recovery, and which is why I said, you've seen one recovery, you've seen one recovery. And the blue line represents our security screening checkpoint activity in 2019 into 2020. And you can see where we were in the orange color, if you will, 20 and 21. The precipitous drop that you can see on the left-hand side in the orange is the start of the pandemic from March into April, where we bottomed out 95% down or so on our traffic, slowly making our way back up and getting closer and closer to where we were pre-pandemic. A little dip there in September, and the blue line was Hurricane Dorian in the month of September in the previous year. The next slide actually shows us in terms of recovery compared to other airports in the nation. So January through November of 2020, all the airports are ranked by one of our associations. At the end of a typical year, Fort Lauderdale would be about the 18th or 19th busiest airport in the country. Through the pandemic, up through here, and the December numbers just came out, so the 15th busiest airport in the country is where we're going to land right now. The numbers just came out, so we didn't have a chance to even change the slide. And we will stay in the 10th spot in terms of international passengers, 10th busiest in the nation in terms of international passengers. The last two slides are what we would call our recovery slides. Really, it's the percentage difference between where we were in 2019 versus where we wound up in 2020. Who did better in getting back to where they were than the other airport? We were the 7th best in the nation in terms of getting back to where we were in total recovery. And when you think about our traffic being down 55% at the end of 2020, it tells you where some of the other airports were in the nation in terms of their recovery. And on the international side, we came in 2nd best. That number dropped to 3. Dallas-Fort Worth shows as number 3 right there, but when the December number came out, Dallas jumped ahead of us. So we're 3rd best in the nation in terms of international recovery. So we're happy to see that, and we're seeing it in the terminal buildings. This is the one that I think has caught most people's attention. This is the published scheduled departures for the airlines. The blue line represents fiscal 19, which has been our base or our measurement year, because FY20, we can't measure against that really, and FY21 in orange. You can see, and I think the county administrator reported on one of our previous commission meetings, in March, we're seeing an average of 63 more daily departures a day out of the airport, going from 246 up to 309 in the month of March. That number climbs to over 100 daily departures in the month of April. If you follow it out towards May and June, you'll see that the blue and the orange lines actually start to ride over top of each other. What that is saying is that our flight activity in the months of May, June, July will equal what we had pre-pandemic, May, June, July of FY19. Now, some airlines, Delta namely is the only one left, I think, that's still doing a seat block up through the end of April. The load factors may not necessarily be as strong, and the airlines may pull down some traffic before we actually hit these months. But where we are right now is very encouraging to indicate that we could be back to pre-pandemic levels here very quickly.
Mark, can I ask you?
Commissioner, yes, sir.
My understanding is Spirit really is a driving force at the airport, and they're growing, actually.
Yeah.
Where the other airlines are pretty much just, leveled out. Is that accurate?
So going into the pandemic, we always looked at our top 3 airlines, JetBlue, Spirit, and Southwest. The pandemic changed a whole bunch of different things. What we're seeing is Spirit launched out first, getting ahead of everybody. Where they might have had 22, 23, 24% market share, there's certain months where they're garnering 40, 45% market share there. JetBlue, county administrator and I met with the president of JetBlue recently. They remain very bullish on FLL. Yes, they have put a small presence in Miami. They have a small presence in Palm Beach, but they have reiterated to us in no uncertain terms that Fort Lauderdale is their focus city, and they're going to maintain the focus to continue to grow Fort Lauderdale going in the future. Southwest is the one that we have eyes on right now, primarily on their international front. They haven't relaunched international out of Fort Lauderdale just yet. We stay in contact with them regularly. They're watching things very closely and seeing when they're going to put their feet back into the international market. But we're hopeful that we actually will see them jump back on here shortly. What you're seeing and why we can say that those lines match in that time frame is that Spirit's growth is making up for where Southwest is lagging behind right now, and we're kind of evening out. If Southwest comes back, we could surge above those levels, going forward, which is why the airlines have been very bullish in saying we were out of gate space going into the pandemic. It's going to take you 3 or 4 years to build Terminal 5. Let's get moving on this thing because we think we're going to need it at that point in time. So.
Okay, Commissioner Brogan, I believe that Mr. Gill is just about done with his.
Yep, I think that was the last slide.
Yep, I saw that was the last slide. So did you have any remaining remarks before we start questions?
Just continued support, commissioners. We have a number of things that we've looked at as we've gone into the pandemic. I will be coming back to you with some asks and some recommendations, whether it was some of those things we talked about on the projects, about how to switch things up and save money. But at the end of the day, I think that there's renewed interest in seeing our airport both on the air side as well as on the land side, and getting ultimately the connections over to Port Everglades, and with the intermodal center, things that we're working on with the county administrator. But it's all generally positive news.
Thank you, sir. Okay. In order, Commissioner Bogan, were you done? Okay.
I just wanted to always thank Mark Gale for doing a great job.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it.
Thank you. In order, I saw Commissioner Ryan, Commissioner Holness, Commissioner Furr. Commissioner Ryan, you're recognized, sir.
Mr. Gale, nice to have you here this morning. On page 16, with the financial summary, there was a indication of what the amount that you had in fiscal year 2020 that was available for debt service. You had 138 million, and the debt service was 130 million. So I'm thinking about, as you go forward with your master plan, and how critical it is to be able to develop the financing to go forward with what I thought was like a multi-billion-dollar
Yes.
plan, everything from the intermodal center to the monorail and all of the connections. What do you see now in the financing market? I mean, you have a kind of a rosy picture, and I concur with you that it's really going to pick up at FLL. But what are you hearing from the bondholders, Wall Street, on where we're at on being able to secure financing for the master plan going forward?
Mr. Gale?
We saw some things happening from the rating agency side that we weren't thrilled with. In particular, Standard & Poor's early on took a very negative outlook on airports all across the United States and went through a series of downgrades, negative outlooks, and then to be followed by downgrades, which occurred to us. Fitch and Moody, on the other hand, have treated airports across the U.S., I think, in our opinion, much more fairly. And we're actually seeing some really great bond deals that have been occurring at airports. Airports remain great investments, and I think that particularly as we've demonstrated through some of our numbers, low cost, reasonable capital improvement program, high demand coming into our airport. I think that we're going to fare pretty well. Of course, we'll be in lockstep with our airlines who have to actually ultimately pay for this, and they have to vote on it and sign off on it. But we think that that coming out of the pandemic, I think we're well positioned to take advantage of this and move quickly.
And my follow-up question was going to be on the airlines. We're fortunate to have a diversified portfolio of airlines that have a strong market share, unlike, say, MIA, where everything's relying upon American Airlines. When you did your comparison of passenger traffic, business, your business customers, which airlines are taking the biggest hit because of the decrease in the number of business travelers? I'm going to just guess it's going to be like Delta and perhaps JetBlue as opposed to Spirit. But what's going on there, and how does that affect the airline's commitment to everything that we're talking about? Voting on the increased debt and
Sure.
the rest of our expansion.
So some of the changes that we've seen out of the airlines we think might be short-lived. For lack of a better term, we've seen airlines make schedule adjustments and even origin destination adjustments for what is termed as a revenue grab. Let's put the airplanes where we think they're going to make money. And we saw actually some of that through our legacy carriers, what we refer to as United, Delta, and American. Cater heavy to the business traveler. And when the business traveler wasn't there, they started modifying schedules and doing more of a leisure destination, visiting family, friends, relatives type. And we're going to see that lag behind, and I think that the legacy carriers know that. In the low-cost category, Southwest caters, I think, probably more to business travelers, more so than JetBlue and Spirit. And the Spirit and JetBlue flights, as you probably would imagine, are rather full. and going forward, and Southwest even took their seat block off, and we're watching to see what's going to happen with them. I think that the playing field starts to change again later this year. I think we start to resemble maybe a little bit more than what we were going into the pandemic, with growing pains, but still a lot of the same traffic base that we had going into the pandemic. We're going to have to react, I think, and to take advantage of that to kind of go ahead and unfortunately, it's going to be viewed, is now the time to grow, is now the time to take advantage of low construction costs, low rates, and so as long as we have the partners in the airlines who are willing to go along with us, I think we're going to be situated to do that. Southwest, everybody has eyes on Southwest about how they're recovering, but JetBlue and Spirit, I think, are off and running, and eventually the legacy carriers they're going to catch up as well. When JetBlue announced that they were going to go and dip their toe into Miami, that made a big splash, if you will, in the pool. But what didn't make necessarily a big splash, but it was important to us, is right after they did that, American Airlines announced that they were going to launch service out of Fort Lauderdale, to the same cities that JetBlue was announcing out of Miami. So
take that.
We become the beneficiaries, I believe, of a more diverse service portfolio, and maybe even a little bit of a fair competition, which is good for our passengers, our patrons.
Are we done, Commissioner Ryan? I am. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Holness, followed by Commissioner Furr, followed by Commissioner Udi.
And you addressed...
Commissioner Holness, you're recognized.
Thank you. And you addressed one of the issues I was going to talk about, American Airlines presence. Do you anticipate it's just for the moment, or will it stay or increase?
So JetBlue and American Airlines worked out an alliance, but that alliance was expected to be confined to the northeast corridor of the United States, between the New York airports and Boston. That alliance was challenged by several other airlines that thought it might have been anti-competitory, if you will. In the end, I believe it was the DOJ that ruled, that said that they could proceed with that alliance. We're wondering whether or not we're going to see more of this alliance pop up across the U.S. So we're watching it very, very closely. Right now, what we've heard from the two airlines is where they can partner, they're going to partner. But when they can't partner, they're going to compete heavy. And we could be seeing what obviously might be the start of a heavy competition. JetBlue obviously will face a lot of competition with an airline that controls 75% of the airport to our south.
In terms of cargo, what's your forecast? Where do we go? Do we see any opportunities? Are we looking to invest?
So one of the unfortunate things about the pandemic is, and I didn't touch upon it in the presentation, but it is something that we're going to be working on, is Norwegian Airlines. I know Commissioner Bogan was a fan of Norwegian Airlines. They unfortunately folded up their long-haul international routing operation. Going into the pandemic, they were already on shaky financial ground, and then the pandemic actually ended that operation for them. So we lost the service that they were providing to Europe and Scandinavia. We don't think that will come back. Emirates also discontinued service to a lot of cities in the United States. We're seeing a little bit of that come back. They suspended service to FLO. We're hopeful that we see that back. That was the two big, primarily international cargo lifts that we had going, to the east. Getting into the details, and I know, Commissioner, you always have your eye on that when we look at the master plan, can we focus in on cargo transfer facilities and other peripheral things for belly cargo that will help boost our numbers? But until we can actually get, it's the chicken or the egg, if you're going to get the airline in there that's going to fly it, or you're just going to assemble the cargo and it's going to get onto a truck and be trucked down to Miami. We'd like to see the facilities here, but then it starts to compete with other facilities that we need on our very small footprint airport. So we're going to be working hard to get long-haul international service in a number of different directions, and we think that some of the additional cargo will come with that.
That would increase our diversity in terms of our
Yes, sir.
revenue stream, probably weather a storm like we've just seen a little bit more. Is the area to the west of the airport suited for the assembling of that cargo and distribution?
When you say to the west, but inside the airfield?
No, outside.
To the west outside is 95.
Yes, yes.
There are little patches of land that are in there that were part of the interlocal agreement with Dania Beach that are being auctioned off. They've gone out onto the auction block multiple times with no takers on there. Somebody could probably cobble together a few of them to put a cargo facility. There is a large FedEx facility that is located back in that area already.
Yeah, I was by it the other day. And in terms of the VIP launch that we're working on, can you give me some timeline on that? I'm actually working with a group for World Trade Center Fort Lauderdale. It seems as if they're really keen on starting to put that facility together here in Broward County over several meetings. It appears as if we're going to move forward.
We are moving forward.
The launch would be helpful to help attract something like that.
The VIP lounge is moving forward at Terminal 3. The board approved the final with MAG USA, who does what is referred to as Escape Lounge all across the United States. I think we just issued them the notice that they could start their work, and I believe it's a 6-month time frame, Commissioner. So I'm hopeful by fall we'll have the ability to open up doors. But let me confirm the time frame and get right back to you. But I know we're getting close. And that will be a first-class lounge that's available, to our airlines, but it's also going to be available to Broward County when we need it for dignitaries.
So maybe we should, if we have 6 months out, maybe we should start marketing to our consulates in Miami that.
I know that MAG USA has already started their campaign on social media about the new lounge in FLL coming. I've seen it online already. So, but we'll get you the information to your office right after this.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's see. Commissioner Furr, followed by Commissioner Udine, followed by Mayor Geller, followed by Commissioner Rich. Commissioner Furr, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
And we will be
first of all-
breaking for lunch at the conclusion of the airport, but only for 10 minutes. Commissioner Furr, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you. First of all, Mark, I think you've done a really good job shepherding the airline through this challenge.
Thank you, sir.
I really want to commend you on that. Before the pandemic, we had a lot of momentum going with regard to the master plan. And I thought, we'd chosen one. I think we were feeling pretty solid about where we were going. And I guess two things I want to know. One, to what extent is that on hold, or what time frame maybe is there? And the second, more important part that I see as the link there is, we're in the process of trying to identify stations for Tri-Rail and for Brightline from Miami all the way through Broward County. Obviously, the most important station is the airport. But to be able to identify where exactly that station is requires kind of a solidification of that master plan so we know exactly which air rights we are requesting. And I guess the question I have is, one, where are we with the master plan? And two, are we in a solid enough position in terms of knowing what we're going to be putting forth on that master plan that we can negotiate for those air rights now, knowing exactly where they are?
So I'll take the first one. We'll break the master plan down into two components.
Okay.
Regulatory and financial from the airline side.
Okay.
On the regulatory side, we had sent the airport layout plan and all the documentation, binders, yay thick, into the Florida Department of Transportation and the FAA. They came back to us with a series of technical comments. We addressed all of those comments, sent it back into the agencies. They have now just recently finished their review, and they've given us the sign off. So we're good with respect to our ultimate concept of how we'd like to build out the airport. The airline.
And so the actual blueprint and everything.
Yeah.
Is essentially okay. Good.
And it is just a blueprint that when we go back, if we decide that we're going to construct a new concourse, we have to go back to the FAA and say it's on the plan. It may look a little different, but these are high-level concepts. On the financial side, as I mentioned earlier, with the signatory status, the airlines have the right to vote on big projects, and because they're going to assume the debt service as we go forward. We're trying to get the sense, do they have their sea legs under them just yet? Are they still reeling? And some of them are still reeling. So the discussion about how quickly they want to jump into phase one of the master plan, as identified, was $3.6 billion. And it was layered in such a way with all these different projects, as I mentioned to the board previously, is that we thought that we could take that, which was about a 10, 12-year expansion program, and compress it, if necessary, and have our rates go higher faster, but they get the infrastructure sooner. Or we can elongate it and do it a little bit slower if the airlines didn't have the appetite or the volume wasn't there, and spread it out over 12 to 15 years. That's the discussion that we're in right now, and the first step was to have the master plan consultant revalidate the forecast numbers. Do we still think that our numbers are going to go like this? Or has the pandemic caused our demand for the future not to rise as rapidly? The other elements that we said should not depend on how fast or slow the airlines want to grow. They're the land side issues that I mentioned, that no matter what we do with our airport, we have to fix the land side. We have to talk about the connection to the seaport. It's been talked about for 20 plus years. Now's the time to do it. I think you'll see us pushing real hard to make those a reality, but still working with the airlines on how we can continue to grow gates and terminals and whatnot going forth in the future.
So are we clear enough so we know exactly which air rights we need to be asking for?
We're clear enough in the sense of we think we have a north point and a south point. We've even gone so far as to say these are where they go, and we've had draft legal descriptions already drawn up. We won't know the actual final, Commissioner, until we get into the engineering of it. But we know that we're going to be pretty close to a corridor that's 150 feet wide here and 150 feet wide over here, because there's two crossing points as we come across.
So I guess my question is, maybe to Bertha on this, do we have enough information where we can negotiate those air rights?
Absolutely, I think that we do, and quite frankly, I think we've had it for quite some time.
Okay.
Yep.
Good.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Good. Thank you.
Were you done, Commissioner?
I'm done.
Thank you. Commissioner Udine, followed by Mayor Geller, followed by Senator Rich.
I just
Commissioner
wanna
Udine, you're
just
right.
wanna add-
I apologize. Vice Mayor Udine.
Thank you. Just want to add one comment to what Beam and what's been said with the master plan. Just, if you can, on the people connector and the people mover, see if you could rule in or out the boring company to do something underground. From what I saw at the Las Vegas Convention Center, it's virtually the same thing that we would be talking about. And that, to me, seemed like the best place for this to be done. If it can't be done, rule out that it can't be done, but if it can be done, I think it's something that we as a board should look at, because it will be 1/10 of the cost of what your people mover was in the master plan. There may be a reason why I can or can't, but I just like to make sure you put that on your radar screen.
Will do. Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor.
We done, Vice Mayor? Okay. Thank you. Couple of quick questions. First, two short, one longer. How's Delta Lounge coming?
It's actually coming along rather nicely. I want to say June of this year, possibly. It is a spectacular space when T2 really opens up in its full glory. The new Sky Club is on an elevated mezzanine level that overlooks a 40-foot high glass curtain wall that looks out onto the airfield. So I think you and all the other Delta patrons are going to enjoy it immensely.
Thank you. Secondly, you were discussing JetBlue earlier and Spirit. I know at one point in time that JetBlue was planning on flying to Europe with something not exactly first class, but theoretically more than the what is it called? Not.
It's Mint.
Yeah, Mint. Are they still doing that, and will they be doing that out of Fort Lauderdale?
Yes, I believe they're still going to do it. Not sure whether they'll do it out of Fort Lauderdale, and the issue is the aircraft. So flying, their original intent was to fly from either Boston and or JFK to Heathrow, and with the new Airbus 321 XLR, extra long range equipment, that aircraft can make that. So we actually began a dialogue with JetBlue and says, what do you think about this? It's a longer track. Do we think that the aircraft can make it? Initial calculations, we weren't sure when we looked at, but then we had some conversations with their network planning guys, and then an article was published where their senior vice president said, yeah, we're looking at it seriously. We think that the airplane might be able to make it from Heathrow to Fort Lauderdale.
Yes,
So.
It can make it most of the way. It just ends up 20 miles short.
Mayor, stop.
Because I'm just saying that'd be great. If
It would be
Fort
phenomenal.
Lauderdale could get something like that.
Yep.
Last question, main one. And I'm going to ask Ms. Ritter the same question. What do you think about the extent that business travel will resume? Because I've seen a lot of people say that with everybody Zooming now, that there will still be a lot of people traveling, but a lot of people will also realize that they don't need to travel as much as they used to. I know that the business travel is what sustains at least the legacy carriers much more because they charge more.
Sure.
So to what extent do you anticipate that there will be a segment of business travel that for the foreseeable future, at least, will not recover fully?
When we went into the pandemic, the pundits had recovery as far out as 2030 for the aviation industry. That has since been reeled in a number of different areas. If I come to you today and I say this is what we're seeing for FY21, we might be 2/3 back to where we were pre-pandemic. I am optimistic that we could see near full recovery, if you will, by FY22 or in the FY22 timeframe.
But it's a total number of passengers?
Right.
Or
Right. So our market, if you've seen one airport recovery, you've seen one airport recovery because we're dominated by leisure traffic airlines for the most part. My gut, Mayor, is telling me that I think much like we've seen on the leisure side, a pent-up demand for people to get out and enjoy, I think you're going to see that eventually on the business side. Yes, there's been a lot of advancements with Zoom and Microsoft Teams, and I think companies have really realized that they could save some money by cutting back on some of these. It's changed the way that some do business. But we're also hearing a lot on the other side, in my associations, airport associations, they're hearing from people all the time. They want to get back to face-to-face contact. They want to get back to conferencing and conventions and whatnot and getting business done in that. I think it'll take us maybe 3 years to see that really come back to pre-pandemic, but I do think it gets there.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
And our last speaker before our 10-minute lunch break is Senator Rich. Wait, you're not done. Come back, come back, come back. Our last speaker is Senator Rich.
No.
Last inquisitor.
Curiosity question. Well, first of all, I have to be part of the unanimous consent here of the job that you're doing and that you've done during this pandemic. It's
Thank you,
just
Senator.
amazing. Thank you so
Great
much.
Great team effort.
Always available.
Wonderful
great
people.
team, yes, and transparency. So it's good. Thank you. So I just was curious when I looked at the schedules from 2019 to 2021. How does the cruise passenger departures, how do they impact, and to what degree, percentage are they a part of this, and what airlines in particular?
We see a lot of traffic in JetBlue in particular, but also with Spirit on the cruise side of the house. What had been a staple in FLL during cruise seasons is if you were in the baggage claim, you'd see these little desks come rolling out of the back corners and whatnot, which were all the cruise representatives meeting people as they're coming in. It's almost sad not to see them out there every day. We calculated roughly, Senator, that during peak season, cruise passengers coming through our airport could account for as much as 15 to 20% of our passenger base. Clearly, it gets a little heavier on a Thursday and Friday or a Monday or Tuesday, but we think that has that much of an impact going forward. The airlines do attempt to schedule. They know when that big push is going to be coming, and so our thoughts and prayers are with Mr. Daniels and his father. I've taken to him almost like a brother, and understanding how our two enterprise engines have synergy. Talking about when cruise lines get going on May or June 1, what should we anticipate seeing getting back and forth? Where are the adjustments going to be? Some of the airlines sell packages that go from right on through onto cruise lines, and we're going to be looking for that to get back into shape as well. That number in the May-June timeframe, I don't think that's it's not it's not a coincidence that you see that number kind of reach pre-pandemic, because I think they're looking at the cruise line industry and seeing those dates, those sail dates possibly of a May 1, June 1 schedule, and trying to get back to that. If those cruises don't materialize, it's possible we might not see some of that flight activity materialize that I mentioned.
Okay, and I just feel both of you, both airport and seaport, as you look through these pages, the fact that they're more diversified than both of you, than some of the other cities, and, you know, that the impact probably could have been a lot worse if, you know, we had much higher crews and
Yes.
not as much, diversity there, and with our airlines as well, so it works. But I was just curious how much impact that would have on those numbers, and so you told me, yeah.
10% or so out of season, 15 to 20% when we're in season is what we have it at right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and before you go, Commissioner Fisher, will you say hello to Mr. Gale? Good, all right, now that you've said hello, every one of us has spoken. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
This is true. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, so every one of us has spoken, so I guess you can go now. It is now, by my watch, 12:35. We will be back here at 12:45 with our lunches, so we'll be back. So really.
The COVID-19 vaccines can be our chance to get back to our plans, who we are, what we miss, to get back to each other, to life. But it's okay to have questions, like, how were the vaccines tested? In rigorous clinical trials among adults of diverse backgrounds. Can the vaccines give you COVID-19? You cannot get COVID-19 from a vaccine. Why should I get vaccinated? Protecting yourself also helps protect the people around you. Find the latest information at getvaccineanswers.org.
She's over there, we're waiting. Ms. Ritter, thank you for being here today. You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor Geller. It's my pleasure to be here. So I think I'm going to be a little, maybe not quite as sunny as Mr. Gale, but certainly cautiously optimistic.
And certainly much less sunny than Mr. Keir.
I just hope that you all ask great questions, and I know you will. So first are the occupancy, average daily rate, and revenue par metrics from January of 20. Actually, back through 19, when 19 was a normal year. So you'll see the dark blue line is the calendar year 19, and what the occupancy, average daily rate, and rev par metrics usually are. Then you'll see the lighter blue line is January of 20, and in January and February of 20, we were doing exceptionally well. And then in March, April, the bottom fell out, and you see the line slowly start to increase again from the orange line, which is January and February of this year, where occupancy is still well below what it should be, but is slowly climbing. The second slide is the average daily rate. The colors are the same. The dark blue is calendar year 19, the light blue is calendar year 20, and the orange line is January and February of this year.
Oh, it's not ours. I thought it was on the second slide. Sorry.
No, thank you. It's always so nice when I get mansplained, so thank you so much for that. And then RevPAR, calendar year, again, dark blue is 19, the lighter blue is calendar year 20, and the orange is January and February of this year. You'll see that all of the lines are going up. Our occupancy is better than many destinations here in the state of Florida and around the country. The concern is the average daily rate, which is lower than it should be, obviously because of the pandemic, but lower than we'd like to see it even in the pandemic, at $125, when our high in February of 19 was $213. This is TD2 revenue collections. Again, we did calendar year so that you can see what an entire normal, quote, normal year looks like. That's the dark blue line. You'll see March of 19, we had a high collection of $11.5 million for TDT. In February of 20, we were at $11 million, which is a normal, typical February for us. And then the bottom fell out in calendar year 20. The last numbers we have are for December of last year, where we collected $4.8 million in TDT revenue when a, quote, normal year is almost double that. But the line continues to go up, which is the positive outlook. This slide is from the National Traveler Sentiment Study, which comes out every week through an organization called Longwoods International, which is nationally recognized by the tourism industry as providing excellent data. As you see, approximately 30% of respondents indicated that July of 21 was their most likely time to take a leisure trip, June and August being close seconds at 23 and 22% respectively. 81% of American travelers with plans to travel in the next 6 months, that's a pandemic high of 81%, increasing 16 points since late January. Here's a partial answer to the question you had asked, Mayor Geller. 37% felt that they would attend a conference or a convention before the coronavirus situation was resolved, with 63% saying they would not until it was resolved, they would wait. 33% of American travelers indicated that the COVID-19 vaccine would have no impact on their travel plans. 8% said it would have an impact on their travel plans and they will wait to travel before they are vaccinated. So that's where we are right now in tourism. Things are looking up. It's slow, but again, we had a decent February considering where we are. We're looking at a decent March, mostly because it's springtime, and we get a little busier in springtime when people come to experience the springtime weather here, when they have perhaps some time off from school during spring. So in addition, we are seeing an interesting trend, which they do not. They just take some time off during spring because it's springtime in Broward County. Original springtime visitors are coming back. People who were taking that time off from school in the 70s and 80s have decided to come back to their original springtime vacation destination. Just this morning, the Today Show did a feature on Fort Lauderdale. They showed a yoga class for those 65 and over. And there was some conversation, and we have started to market to the 65 and over crowd, which has been vaccinated, which says it will travel now that they have been vaccinated. So no better place to come to than the place where you were young in springtime. You can now be older in springtime, but still experience some of the same things you did when you were here back in 1982. That's a very, very good trend that we're seeing, and we're very happy to accommodate those people. They have discretionary money, which some of the younger people may not have. They'll spend more money here. They'll go to restaurants, they'll stay in our hotels, they'll shop our retail. So we think we're going to have a pretty decent spring with all the springtime travelers that will be coming to Greater Fort Lauderdale. As it relates to your question about business travel, there's no question it's been slower to book. For 22, for example, 23, there's been less indication that people want to sign now. They're sort of waiting and seeing. But on the other side, the meeting planners have had more time now to book later years. So we're seeing 28, 29, and 30 bookings, 28, 29, and 2030, which we would not normally have seen for another couple of years. So people are booking later out than they normally would. Most of the 21 conferences are rescheduling to 22. Obviously, the 21s had rescheduled. Many of them had rescheduled to this year. They're now rethinking that. But with the Diplomat, for example, opening again on June 1st, which is a major conference hotel, they're expecting a very large buyout in July of the National Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce. They're still planning to come here in July of 21. We think business travel will come back. It will be slower than leisure traveler. There's no question about that. But business travel will come back. There will be some changes. We think there will be some changes. Some of the smaller groups some of the boards of directors, some of the inner corporate travel probably won't happen. It's a way to cut the budget. You can do it on Zoom. But for associations, for exhibitions, for trade shows, those have to be done in person. You cannot replace the benefits you get from face-to-face travel for those conferences and conventions and exhibitions. And we know that they'll be coming back, especially since we'll have a brand new product to show them later this year. I'm done.
So before you, I'd just like a couple of things that I'd like to add. And I think in some of my opening comments, we talked about the importance of really starting to think strategically and potentially invest in ourselves strategically. This is an area that George and I are really struggling with right now, because we really we do not want to be the last destination to come back. That's just not our history. And we believe that when we open up the westward expansion, as you recall, thank you, you've allowed us to move forward with the design work on the eastward expansion as well as the hotel. It's really time for us to really start to think strategically about how might we invest in ourselves to just kind of keep that whole momentum going. We have, and I'm not going to steal any thunder from the port, but there is real interest now in our Terminal 4, and the fact that a headquarters hotel would be right across from that terminal, with what's being discussed or what's under, it's just a phenomenal opportunity for us. And so you'll be hearing more from us about that and how might we be able to move forward. We know that there is a point at which the revenue and the occupancy numbers will sustain us going to the market. We're slowly getting there. And as we're slowly getting there, we're right behind it, or maybe in front of it, actually, just making sure that when it's time to go, we're time to go. And we may be needing some help from the board to do that. But it all looks very, very promising. And I think someone here was asking a question about business travel. And what I'm hearing pretty much what the rest of the team is hearing. And I'm just hearing it from a different source. We are social beings by nature. You can see how people are just besides themselves with this pandemic. They can't stand it. And yes, some might say they can save a little money and this is a new paradigm, but that's not what we're hearing. They're ready to bust loose. They're ready to get back to quote normal, whatever that might be. And we see it in our numbers. It's slowly coming back. And so we really want to be in front of that and make sure that we stay on track to have a product that this county can be very proud of in that convention center corridor.
And it's showing. We were very proud to partner with NBC6 this morning and get that Today Show spot on TV this morning. It shows us, especially at this time of year, where you can come here if you're a little bit older, but you're young at heart, and have a great time safely.
No back clipping into the pools for the 65-year-old.
Wet T-shirts and belly flop contests. Yeah.
My first question, I see Commissioner Holness and Commissioner Bogan with their hands up right now. I was going to ask Ms. Ritter, but it may be to you, Ms. Henry, as to I guess it's to you first, is the convention traffic, how that has been picking up, specifically in the near term. And then I was going to ask what's happening with the convention hotel. You've touched on that. I don't know whether the second question is to you or to you, but first, Ms. Ritter, can you please give us a little bit more information on the near-term convention? When are they booking? Starting at one point, you'd indicated that starting in July, it was like a switch had been flipped. Can you elaborate a little?
In July is when leisure travelers say that they're most likely to come back.
Okay.
Conferences which are booked for this year many of them are changing their plans to rebook for next year. When the year started, the calendar year started, there were March conferences planned, not here because our convention center's closed, but which were moved then to June, which are now being moved later out in the year. Now May meetings are being moved later out into the year. So until there's enough of us vaccinated that people feel comfortable traveling, it's not going to come back the way it was pre-pandemic. Having said that, because conferences book so far out, that we know that 23, 24, and 25 are going to be good years. 22 right now is going to be better than 21, obviously, but it's going to be slow as from a business perspective to come back, in part because you have conferences that were booked for 22 originally, which have booked the space, and the 21 conference, which wants to reschedule, can no longer be accommodated in that space, whether it's Austin or Nashville or us. There's now conflicts with schedules. That's going to cause some kind of a funnel where everybody's going to sort of be moved into the same place. And for us, of course, that's great because we don't have much on the books in 22 because of the expansion project. But we do know it's not going to come. It's going to be much, much slower than leisure travel. We are an overwhelmingly leisure destination. Almost 85% of our travelers, 80% of our travelers are leisure. That'll come back. It already has come back. I mean, we to a degree, but business is going to be slower.
Okay. And so I guess then, Ms. Henry, to you was, when you give us an update as to what is happening on the convention center.
So I see Mr. Cohen just came in. If you can come to the podium, please.
Okay, let's finish State's first. Stacy had one other question, and then I'll call on the commissioners. So, Mr. Cohen, don't go anywhere. On your slide, it says 37% said they would do so before the virus situation was resolved. On the contrary, 63% said felt that they would wait. Do you know, did that define when the coronavirus situation is what they meant by resolved?
No, it doesn't define that.
Okay, it's very open-ended.
It is.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you.
And
Commissioner
Mayor,
Paulus?
I think for everyone, it's the answer is different. Depending on your age, your situation, your socioeconomic background, your ethnicity, it's different.
Okay, I understand. It's not just being, most people vaccinated or they're vaccinated. It's uncertain. Commissioner Holness, you recognize, sir, followed by Commissioner Bogan.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO Ritter, for being here. I want to touch on the convention center bookings also, to follow up on Mayor Geller. I was about to ask where we were with that, but knowing conferences are booked, and usually the organizations choose a couple of years ahead, 1-2 years ahead. And because of the pandemic, that cycle might have been broken. Last year, this year, they might not have any conferences, which makes me believe that there are certain groups and organizations that hasn't determined what they're going to do the following year and the following year. Do we have some sort of strategies in place to reach out to these conferences to ensure that we're ahead of the others, to lure them here?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. That's a great question. We actually do. And I meant that sincerely this time. That came out way too insincere, or I didn't mean it that way. It really is a great question, because we do. And we are very fortunate to partner with 3 major trade associations, Meeting Professionals International. There are a couple of others, acronyms. But because of the investment we make in them, they give us leads all the time on where we can go to capture business that needs to rebook, that may not be able to rebook where they were originally scheduled to be. So we work on it. We are mining it. We do have a strategy. We've also just contracted with a firm for a very, very minimal expense to do that, to pursue those leads on our behalf as well. The problem is that the planners are hesitant to book for 22 because of the uncertainty. So they have contracts in their hands, we've negotiated deals with them, we're just waiting for them to sign. Some of it is the convention center's not open yet, and they're a little concerned that maybe it won't open when we say it's going to open, only because construction projects traditionally get delayed, not here, but everywhere. So there's that concern, and they just don't know what the situation is. But as more and more people get vaccinated, we'll see that 37% number increase, and we will book that business. We will be busy for 22 and 23, which is short-term, considering how far out they usually do book.
To follow up on that, and thanks for your answer, could we go directly to these organizations and probably, one, give the assurance that we will be on time, or is there some way for us to do that? Rather than just the planner, because, let's say, for example, the National Association of Real Estate Brokers, their conference, or some other group, I know they often use planners, but if we could get with that, somehow find the executive director, whoever is controlling that group, to target them with whatever marketing material, phone calls, or emails, whatever we can do. Is there a way for us to try to do that so that they know that when they meet with the planner, they can say, hey, look, I already know that this is going to be available, and this will be ready for us.
Yes, thank you. We usually don't do the third-party planner route. We usually go directly to the source. The leads that we get are direct to the source. Sometimes they have planners, sometimes they're in-house planners, but they're not the decision makers at the end of the day. We reach the decision makers on a regular basis.
All right, thank you. And in terms of coordinating with the airport and the seaport, we know the cruise business is probably going to be a little bit off, but how are we doing with that in terms of marketing the destination and ensuring that we have some sort of coordinated effort there? Are we doing that?
We speak on a regular basis. I'm not sure that our efforts are as coordinated as they could be, but I think that is in part because while we are the three economic engines, we have different missions, or we have the same mission, but our road to get there is sometimes different. For example, Mr. Gale's mission is to get passengers to fly here, but not necessarily stay here. Our mission is to make sure when they land here, they stay here. The port has the same mission with passengers, but not necessarily to get them to overnight here or take a weekend pre or post cruise. So sometimes our mission, again, while our missions are sometimes our paths are parallel rather than perpendicular. We also have different brands, which quite frankly doesn't help to sell us. And I know we've had this conversation before. And different logos, different names, different brands, it makes it really difficult. We were having this conversation not with Ms. Henry, but yesterday with the manager at the convention center. They're called the Greater Fort Lauderdale Broward County Convention Center. That's a mouthful. The Austin Convention Center is called the Austin Convention Center. In Nashville, it's called the Nashville Convention Center. You know where you are, you know that you have that sense of place. So they have a different logo than we do, and the airport has a different logo than they do, and the seaport has a different brand, and that's hard. We should, and we haven't discussed this, so I'm probably going to get in real trouble for saying this, but it's a great question. We should sit together, and we should talk about what that brand is, and we should do it on a more regular basis. Me, Jonathan, Mark. And Mark and I talk a lot, and we have the same, Jonathan's newer, so I will say, quite frankly, I haven't spent time with Jonathan. I thought, let him get his feet wet. I know he and Mark are pals already, apparently. But I'm the girl, and so I'm the sore thumb. I'm on the outside with their locker room talk and all that other stuff. But we should definitely sit together. And Mark and I have talked about it, and he is actually on the same page with this. And I have no doubt that Jonathan will be as well.
Okay. And may I suggest that we include our Office of Economic Development also, because this is a way for us to capture those folks bring them here to invest in Broward County and to grow businesses. That I think would be something that, and probably, as you said, on a regular basis. Hey, what's going on here? What can we capture from what you're doing over there? This new cruise ship's coming in. When is it coming? How can we reach to these folks? So ensure that when they land, they can spend the extra day before they go out, or the day, 2 days after they come back, and have some coordination. So I'm grateful for that. And the branding, we've talked about previously, to have a coordinated branding across Broward County. I think that will be very helpful for us, I believe. I mean, there's work to be done, and I'm sure the conversation is started for us to do more than we have.
Yes, if I may, just really quickly on that. Norm and I we were starting to catalog the different branding, and I said, one of the major criticisms I get from this board is that we're not branding Broward County enough. And each of their markets will tell you that it is extremely hard to brand Broward County. They really, the market doesn't, the market knows Fort Lauderdale or Lauderdale. They don't know Broward County. And so they have tried different ways to do that. And so we started cataloging them and said, you know what, we're pulling them all in the room, and guess what, we're going at this again. I know that it is difficult. It's that name is just very, very hard. Think about Port Everglades. Poor Jonathan is having real trouble branding Port Everglades.
You got to put in the Everglades.
That people really think that it's out in the Everglades, and then we've been a port that's in this, that's been very, very active since the 70s, but people are not. The markets are struggling to identify what that is. Stacy, when she was here a month ago, whenever you were presenting to the board, you talked about you guys had gone out and just kind of tested some things, and a concept came back, Visit Lauderdale, because it resonated with, I guess, those folks from the 80s or whatever, I don't know, but it sort of resonated. And we're having that same issue with the port. And he's actually talked with me. He says, Bertha, we have to talk about that, because I really want to market internationally, and I'm struggling to do that with this name. I said, well, we do need to have that conversation. So she's right. We're back at the whole branding, and we just need to have a real conversation with you about the difficulties associated with the name Broward versus.
And because the brand Lauderdale is probably more known than Broward, I don't have a problem with us doing that. If that's what is going to be most powerful in capturing the market. We have Fort Lauderdale, of course. You have Lauderdale by the Sea. You have Lauder Hill. You have Lauderdale. You have Lauderdale. So there's a bunch of Lauderdales already. I know some of the other cities are going to say, what about us Plantation or Weston? But the brand is built already for Fort Lauderdale. So if we have to build on that, and then probably just tie Broward in somewhere along the line, that's the lead piece that grabs them, and then we
always tag ourselves Broward, but I'm just.
So there's a bunch of stuff there.
I think
But let
we're
me say
getting a
this.
little bit far afield of
let me
the discussion for Ms. Ritter, so please.
Let me say this to both of you, Ms. Ritter and Ms. Henry, that I believe in investing, especially in times where there might be challenges, because if we invest now, I think we'll capture more in the long run. It's like buying low. This is a time when the market is in a lull, and others that might be pulling back. I think we need to be investing as aggressively as we can in reaching out to grow the business and put in whatever dollars we might need to. It may be a sacrifice that we have to make in order to make sure that we are out in front of the rest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bogan, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Oops. Stacy, you brought these interesting statistics and everything that you brought here, but I think really the most important question, at least to me, and I think Commissioner Holness touched on it, what is the CVB, what are you doing right now to attract that tourism person that's coming? As Mark Gale said, there's a bunch of people, the travel is expected to reach at par with 2019. So what are you guys doing right now to bring people here, attract people here?
We're marketing and promoting, just as we were in 2019 and early 2020. We have campaigns going with videos and social media, Condé Nast buys, Forbes buys, New York Traveler buys, so that people can see what we're doing. Now, we're not doing internationally.
So let me stop you. So basically you're doing magazine, newspaper buys?
No, 90% of what we do is digital. We do not buy magazines.
Digital, you mean like Facebook or internet? Or?
We do Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all the social media platforms, both organic and paid, because we have and by the way, our marketing company is the same as the airport and the seaport, which helps with the synergy.
And so we have a marketing company doing that?
Yes, we have an agency of record. They've been on for not quite a year now.
What else are they doing besides the digital?
We do fan trips for influencers. We bring in people from around the country now, again, not internationally, but domestically, to come. They visit the destination. They write about it on their vlogs, on their social media platforms. We have also for group business, which has been slower to come back, but we are starting fan trips for group business as well, where you bring buyers in. You show them the destination, you show them hotels, you show them the beach, you show them attractions, restaurants.
Can I just ask you a dumb question? So it's like, if you've seen the weather, obviously, I'm sure you've seen the weather up north, and they've had horrible snow and they have horrible cold. Do we, I don't know if your marketing company, will we go take advantage, put commercials out there showing sunny Florida at that time on their local stations or local stuff, or do we not do that?
No, we do, but we take advantage of the less expensive rates on digital platforms than we would on broadcast television, for example.
We could also have movies of people down here cavorting in the winter weather.
Mayor,
Yes.
you're on a line, please. Thank you.
We had a movie shot here a couple years ago that was shot here that took place in a fictional Florida town. So nobody knew that it was Broward County.
All right, I was just trying to get your grasp on what we're doing now to bring these people, as Mark Gale was saying, that he expects a lot of people traveling this summer. What are we doing now to bring people here? And so your answer really is mostly is social media.
No, we've restarted our traditional marketing plan. Which is not just social. It is also influencers. It is buying advertorials so that people read about us with the content that we have pushed out. Italian market, Coca-Cola or Burger King. You make sure that people know what you have to offer. And you stretch the dollar as far as you possibly can.
Because you mentioned the senior market, now that they're more likely to travel, I just didn't know, mostly our senior market, is there more or less on social media than people who are, younger? That's what I've been reading, but.
Commissioner, I think it depends on which seniors you're talking about. There are certainly non-traditional springtime travelers here from way back who would not necessarily be online. Having said that, as my children tell me, my generation has taken over Facebook, which is why they're no longer on it. And as a result, we do a lot of Facebook ad targeting. You geo-target, you find out, we've all seen this on our phones. You look up something, and the next thing you know, you get Facebook ads for it. That's how we market and promote. If you're looking at something on Google, we know about it, and we push the message to you on your platform of choice.
Gotcha. Thank you.
We're done, Commissioner Bogan?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, seeing no one else, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. Great
Ritter.
questions. Thank you. Great questions. Guys in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Kier. I mean, Mr. Ritter. We're the best. Mr. Cohen, tell us about the convention center.
Be happy to, Mayor, and hello, everyone else. It's generally a good news story. Because of some significant inclement weather last year, we did fall a little behind, but we're now catching up. Much to do with the cooperation of the city of Fort Lauderdale. That has not only given us an extension of hours, but they're actually in the process. Tonight, as a matter of fact, is a second reading of an ordinance change that will allow them to extend construction hours beyond a limited period of time that's currently prescribed in their ordinance to allow us to continue. So we fully expect to open up this October. We're going to be fully dried in June. Dry in means that your complete outer shell is done. So as of some point in June, all the remaining work will be on the interior. And that's good news because as we hit the next hurricane season, it's less likely to impact our work schedule because we'll be working inside. We have also positioned ourselves, as the county administrator pointed out, quite well. We're at 90% drawing, so we have applied for permits for all the other stages, and we've locked in the code as a result. We're ready to pull the trigger when the boss and you agree on doing so, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And that when you say that you're ready to pull the trigger and we're ready to do so, I presume that involves the financing?
I'm not going to speak to the financing. What I'm going to speak to is the actual logistical construction. Where we have positioned these projects to be as shovel-ready as possible. So whether or not we make a financing decision or federal infrastructure or other type of opportunity presents itself, we'll be able to take advantage of that.
And Ms. Henry, to the extent that we're assuming, at least from what I've been hearing, that the next thing after the last COVID bill that they're currently working on would be an infrastructure bill.
That's correct.
Do we anticipate that, there are chances of our getting substantial federal help if we have a shovel-ready project?
Well, absolutely. And it might mean we do some little shuffling around what we were going to spend over here, because we're going to apply for the projects that are most attractive to be funded. And so we'll be moving things around a little bit to make sure that we can take advantage of that. But pulling the trigger for us is that we're watching the numbers every day. And we know that there comes a point at where you can get into the market. There's a lot of pent-up demand to buy bonds because money is really sitting around not making any money. So local governments are pretty attractive, particularly if you are positioned the way that Broward County is at the moment. So that's our job. We may need to say to the market, hey, don't worry about us because we've actually put your debt service aside for 1 or 2 years. It's going to make us very, very attractive, which is what I mean. We may be coming to you for some help down the road, just so that we're not the last one to get our projects off the ground.
And do you have any idea, because it sounds like, based on what Mr. Cohen is saying, that we're ready to pull the trigger pretty much. Do you think we'll be pulling any triggers soon?
I certainly, again, that's what we're looking to do. Somewhere in here we said that the federal government, we hope to be a significant partner with us in that. And so if we're able to determine what the federal government is going to do to assist municipalities and counties in the next 2 weeks, I think we'll be much better positioned to talk to you about some strategies that we've been looking at.
So, yes.
Mayor, I just want to address one particular concern that I know you had early on. The project to date, we're talking about in the neighborhood of about $235 million is on budget. And the only additional costs that we have incurred are specifically related to the fact that we've paused the rest of the project and then had to shuffle some elements around to make sure that we could open the facility appropriately in October because some of those elements were included in later stages. But other than that, we are on budget.
Of course, we haven't actually built most of it yet, so I raised questions about overruns initially, and I sincerely hope and trust that we'll be able to come in on budget, because that would be an amazing project.
So we have a really good team. That's what they do. I see somebody, Mr. Happy, hiding back there in the corner. He along with the
Jeff's,
team.
yeah.
We have a good relationship with the developer, and that relationship is because everybody's watching the pennies.
Thank you. Were there any additional questions of Mr. Cohen? If not,
okay.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, sir.
I believe this concludes the CVB. I'm sorry?
The last presentation is.
I was going to say was the surtax.
Surtax. Yes. Ms.
So
Cassini.
I believe that's Ms. Cassini. Is this primarily you?
And Mr. Is he back there, Sandy? He's coming down. So we're gonna have a co-team here.
Tag team.
That's right. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Cassini, you're recognized, ma'am. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Vice Mayor, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here speaking with you today about the Mobility Advancement Program at Broward. I know that we're focused on some of the economic development and benefits of the plan, so that's why you see that in green on the slide. These are the 5 major goals of the 30-year program: traffic system management, creating connectivity, improving our transit system, enhancing our multimodal options, and again, the economic development and benefits. And then along the left side of the slide there, you can see a variety of the different types of projects, investments, and priorities that we are looking at over the 30-year program. This is a financial overview. This gives you a picture of surtax revenues since the first day of the surtax, which was January 1st of 2019. We did not receive our first distribution of those surtax revenues from the Department of Revenue until mid-May of that year. But it gives you an idea of where these investments are occurring. And the primary focus is on capital. And in some upcoming slides, you'll see that as the pandemic started, we realized that where can we really get the bang for our buck locally, keeping those dollars here invested in our community, is through those capital type of projects. On the right side of the slide, you see the loss of revenue that we are projecting for the current fiscal year 2021 because of the pandemic. So this slide is a lot of information, so I'll try to talk you through the story that we're trying to tell here. Transit capital investments are expected to be just over $500 million in the next 5 years, so our first 5-year plan of the surtax. That's down over what we initially expected, of course, as a result of the pandemic. The transit operational transfers have also been affected by CARES Act funding, by fare box revenues, by ridership, and a lot of other factors. And there's still some uncertainty about the type of operational support that our transit department is going to require from the surtax. That's along the bottom. And then the final bullet about public works, capital and operating. We had initially expected that surtax revenues would support some of the operational expenses in our public works department over the next 5 years, a little over $10 million worth. Instead, gas tax revenues have been used to fund those operational expenses so that we can do more capital construction projects. The Public Works Department was able to actually expedite and advance some projects that were out in future years on the horizon using gas tax revenues, get those projects into a shovel-ready status, and then they came forward to the Surtax Oversight Board and requested those funds, again, as another economic stimulus. Another one of our major investments is in our municipal partners. In Cycle 1, the County Commission awarded almost $150 million worth of surtax revenues to municipalities. That was just in one fiscal year. Over the next 5 years, the first 5-year plan, you'll see that the investments, this is just for capital projects only. So municipal capital projects and shuttles are on here. What you don't see are any new potential projects that could come in from the municipalities through a new process that's being developed by the MPO, nor do you see any rehabilitation and maintenance projects in this, because those have to be funded in any given fiscal year out of what is left over after all the capital projects have been funded. So I'm going to turn it over now to Sandy Michael McDonald, our Director of the Office of Economic and Small Business Development, to talk a little bit about some of his initiatives.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Gretchen. Mayor and Commissioners, what I wanted to share with you today, and I've often heard Commissioner Furr and Vice Mayor Udine and others recently start talking about jobs, jobs, jobs. And when we first started out in surtax, it was certainly without question, and though we're calling it MAP Broward now, it's without question we were focusing on assuring that we were going to meet that 30% goal for county projects as well as the cities. So in our review, and my next slide will show that, we're there. We're doing an average of 33% or more on the recommended goals for the county projects and the cities. But what we now want to make sure that we're paying more attention to, especially since the cities are on board in terms of the small business participation, is the jobs. We want to make sure as many small businesses that get these 30% plus contracts with our primes, when we begin to look for those additional residents to provide that labor and other supports, and even some on the trade side, that there's a real connection. So we've actually started, if you recall, and as Gretchen just mentioned, we just took a snapshot of the $150 million worth of projects. And we know that we'll be coming back over the next 3 to 4 years, and we're going to start drilling down with the cities by project. We're going to be able to show each one of you in your district the projects, and from the small business capacity, including the employment capacity, that you got about 1,488 direct jobs that can come from those scheduled projects that are getting ready to start hitting the street. We had about 395 indirect jobs and indirect economic impact, because we know some of these new jobs are going to sustain as well as grow existing jobs. And we have already started that carve out of all of the county and the city projects, looking at making sure there's about $53 million a year that can go towards the small business community. The key thing for us this year is to make sure that we continue to do our workshops and our sessions. 2 weeks ago, we had our first workshop or webinar where we're not talking about the county projects, we're talking about the cities. So I had Coconut Creek, Fort Lauderdale, Plantation, and Pompano Beach were actually the 4 presenters. And at that workshop, with over 160 participants, our small business community had a chance to hear from all 4 cities, hear information on all of the projects in those cities, get an understanding about the procurement portal in those cities, understand how to become a registered vendor with those cities, and was reminded, in case they weren't, how they still have to be a certified CBE. The best thing we can do going forward is to continue what we've started a year and a half ago with MAP Broward, which we used to call surtax, where we always went forward with the transportation and our highway projects. We're now doing that with the actual individual cities. So that's where we believe we're going to get our biggest bang for the buck, is now making sure that the business community, where the cities are committed to the goals, the small businesses are able to step up to meet those goals, where we start to now begin to focus a little bit more on the aspect of the jobs. We're going to continue to do our outreach even more. I mean, we're still going to be in the mass for a little while. We're going to be doing the virtuals. But I have to say our prime contractors as well as our small businesses have all caught on to really finding out or really creating ways to have their meet and greets via these virtuals. We just did a workshop intentionally last week with CareerSource. And again, we're going to do one every 3 months with CareerSource Broward, because we also want to make sure that the small business community recognize all the resources that are available through CareerSource. And CareerSource told them from the half hiring to paying for the training to the 75% of the new employees through the stipend that can be covered by CareerSource. They made sure that our small businesses who are also looking to hire full-time understood those opportunities. Here's a snapshot of what we're looking at now. And since we did these slides last Wednesday, and we had a total of 51 city projects that we've reviewed, there's been 3 additional projects. Coconut Creek has added one, Davie has added one, and Fort Lauderdale has added one. So we're now at 54 projects that have been reviewed for small business goals. That number on your chart was 51 at 94 million. I'm now at 54, and my new number is 98 million. So the ideal is that, as I mentioned, from a county perspective and from a city's perspective, we're averaging about 33%. And that next bullet, I don't want to mislead you, but because we do our MURs, the monthly utilization report, every single month, that one example of that 64% payment to the CBEs, that was because the county had a project, and that project was front-loaded with CBE opportunities. So at the time we did the MUR, that's a real number. Now, that number will not ride throughout the next 2.5 years of the project, but I'm confident that number will end up being somewhere around 35, 36 when it's actually done, which both exceeds the 30%. So the key now is to make sure, and I actually had a representative in their presentation from Pompano Beach who took it one step further on the employment side. They've hired someone to make sure that can connect with our office and connect with the small businesses to attract them, but they're also doing the same thing within their procurement code and their small business to make sure that local hire is a part of what they're doing. So that's something that I'm glad he said out loud, because we shared with all of our cities. Anything that you can do to also assure that not only the small businesses in your communities, but the residents in your communities have a chance to participate in these MAP Broward projects in your city as well as the other cities is all going to be a plus to the economic impact of what we know MAP Broward and surtax can do. So with that, that would be my slides. And again, we're just want to make sure that you are aware that we're now working with your cities. And those cities to date, I will have to say from the small business perspective, I know many still got to dot the I and cross the T's with the agreements so that these projects can go out to solicitation. But they've all done what we've asked in terms of assuring that there was a small business goal, and they're starting to make sure with us they'll present their projects to our small business community, which is going to be the biggest plus in terms of growing capacity and making sure I have more than enough small businesses we need to achieve that 30% goal. Mayor?
Thank you. Mr. McDonald, have you, hold on, give me 1 second. Okay. Have you seen legislation pending in Tallahassee this year that would completely eliminate all local preferences?
I'm gonna ask somebody to hold me up. I've seen House bill and Senate bill. I've seen the strike through. At the end of the day, I've seen the proposals that would not only reduce small business or geographic preference, it would actually remove it.
Yep.
So at the end of the day, it happened to this county, and even when I was in Michigan years ago on the MBE, MWBE side, the minorities. Now the legislation that's up in Tallahassee is talking about federal funds, state funds or not. All county funds or not.
Yep.
No more small business, no more geographic preference, no more any kind. So very frustrating. Certainly working with Gretchen, Marty Consini, and others. We're going to make sure our voices are heard. Totally unacceptable, not only coming out of COVID, but when you recognize as a state, over 92%, I know I say 89 for us, but as a state, over 92% of all your businesses are 20 employees or less.
However,
98% are within the SBA, 300 or less, not 500 or less in terms of employees. How would you not allow your committed dollars, bare minimum, not to go to the community and the businesses?
However, that's not 92% of the campaign contribution.
And so unfortunate.
Let's see, I saw Commissioner Holness, followed by Commissioner Rich, followed by Senator Rich, followed by Commissioner Furr. And Commissioner Holness, you recognize, sir.
Yes, I too have been having some conversation on that issue. And I know that there are a lot of people gearing up to small businesses, and they have to mobilize now. If they don't mobilize now, they're going to be hurting. Our community will be hurting. The growth of our economy and job creation will hurt. Because if we allow for just the largest corporation to come in, we won't create the innovation of the future. We won't create the access point to so many who've been left out. and locked out and locked up at times. My question to you is this: how are we working, and you're doing a great job, both of you, to help our small business build capacity to be able to take on these projects in terms of how we've connected them to institutions that can help them with structuring the businesses, planning their businesses, building programs in place, and helping them get access to capital.
Exactly, and I'll certainly answer your access to capital last, because I know we are going to continue to help as a county. But if you go back and just take a look at the last 9 months coming out of the end of 2020 and now, all, not most, all of our webinars and workshops have been about the development of small business. We talked about it because of COVID. And many weren't in position to be to have the capacity to go after the funds, to get the CARES Act and other monies, even the county's money that we had available. But we also recognize many of them for the specialties that they offer. The idea that they hadn't considered when they should be considering joint ventures. The idea that they didn't have the bonding capacity that they actually should have had. The idea that in the development side of creating relationships or nurturing relationships with primes, we've been doing more of the business development, and that's why we're starting to bring more of our community partners to the table. Most folks don't understand, from the SBDC, including SCORE, where there's real free opportunities to help develop your business. We did the workshop last week with Career Source because we wanted our businesses also to understand the free services along with the stipends to pay for your training. So we're going to start doing even more with our industry experts. I am doing a proposal right now to take a look at a bonding program. Not just my bonding workshops. We have to decide that we can elevate that business who has that capacity for 1 million, but to get to 3 to 5, and that small business who has that capacity for 250,000 to get to 1 million. So we have several financial institutions, including CDFIs and MDIs, which is your minority depositories, who have all now received federal funds specifically for the development of small business. So you'll begin to see even more rollout of not just webinars and workshops with industry experts, but specifically where small businesses can target their weak areas or some of their lacking areas and receive the assistance that they're going to need to move forward. And certainly we still plan this calendar year, by the end of the year, to make sure we're going to roll out our recommendation, even for the mentor-protege aspect. There has to be some other businesses in line with the existing businesses that can help them to grow and get over some of those same hurdles. But we're clear, we're in the era, other than access to capital, of making sure that you got to now start developing businesses. We've grown the number of certified firms, but we don't want certified firms just to be in a directory. If you're not aggressively pursuing our opportunities and the city opportunities in the future, other opportunities that comes through MAP and others, then it's for naught. So we know that there has to be more development.
And you touch on something, the mentor protege program. How are we using the MAP funds to ensure we are growing that mentor protege program?
So we haven't used MAP funds yet to grow that mentor or protege program. This is the year, per the recommendation, that we're getting ready to start doing the MAP program regionally. We believe that this is going to be one of the best opportunities as we identify more of the larger firms, and as a part of their commitment and understanding more about MAP Broward, that we can also begin to tie them to our smaller firms. We have been getting communications. I've been working with Mr. Walton. There's major interest in larger footprints around the state of Florida, specifically the region, and some even outside, who are looking to come. And the initial conversations really are going to be about the joint ventures. It's really going to be about the mentor protege. We already can sell them through the ordinance on the commitment of the utilization of small business. We're now trying to find ways to make sure that they're willing to make the full commitment, which is why it's going to be key, whether it's MAP Broward or whether it's just the county's traditional program of small business, to introduce the next phase of mentor protege, where it ends up tying some of the evaluation points to that business willing to make that commitment to a mentor protege or a structured mentor protege program.
So they'll see a direct benefit in terms of their scoring when they bid on projects?
Yes, and purchasing has already submitted back to us their recommendations on what that language will look like and what that might be. So we'll go into the next steps during April and May and try to codify that as a program, send it back to them, send it to the advisory board, make sure we run it by administration. And again, might come out of your summer break ready to introduce a full-fledged mentor protege program that originated from the pilot that we did a year and a half ago.
How about the apprenticeship program? How are we using this also to build on that program?
Exactly. So this is tied to the apprenticeship program in terms of, from an information perspective. We just had our big meeting last week with Mayor Geller and the team that we've been together with for about a year and a half, close to 2 years now. We just officially, on March 1st, Monday, launched the website. So the business community, the apprenticeship community, our community partner community can all now go to the website and get all the devil in the details about our apprenticeship program. We also made sure that Career Source was a part of that, because between the Career Source and OICs like Newton Sannon and others, they got dollars that can still support some of the cash flow shortages that might fall into the needs of any of these individuals for our apprenticeship program. So in that meeting, we just presented to all of them. Our job as a county is to try to connect the dots. It is so many resources and assets available. We just need to make sure that it was all coordinated and everyone had access to it. So the apprenticeship program is directly aligned with the county's ordinance, which is going to kick in on April 5th. As of April 5th, all those solicitations that actually go out. We don't have that as a direct requirement through how we set up Map Broward with the cities. We will have to pay attention to all of it as a county, but we don't have that written directly as the cities.
Commissioner Honus, we had postponed implementation upon the suggestion of Mr. McDonald of the apprenticeship because of COVID, but at either last meeting or the meeting
It's the
before
meeting
that,
I think it's the meeting coming up, the next meeting.
I thought, no, we've already voted.
No, you're dead, yeah. The new date is April 5th.
Yeah, we'd already voted to pass it, and so.
Am I right, Drew?
April 5th.
No, it's
I thought that the public hearing was this next meeting.
This meeting?
I think.
All right, it was scheduled for public hearing, but.
And the public hearing is
We
established in
scheduled it
April
last
5th.
time, but the public hearing is the next meeting.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Were you done, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, had you finished your
Yes, I
questions? Okay. Senator Rich, followed by Commissioner Furr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to, I had mentioned last week about the horrible preemption bill. Sandy, I don't know if you heard it, but I'm just saying these two bills, HB 53 and SB 1076, we need to have a major campaign like we've never had before. And I understand that it's true that the Florida Association of Counties and League of Cities are, involved with this. But I'm noticing in everything that I read, that the only business involved in it is Associated Builders and Contractors. They're behind this bill. Mm-hmm. We need to get to more of our traditional and mainstream business organizations like the Alliance, the Workshop, those people who also have contacts in Tallahassee, because this has to be just a major campaign. I don't know if everyone's aware that this bill actually passed the legislature in 2017 with a 50% state prohibition on using state appropriated funds and local funds. And now this applies to the prohibition to 100% of it. And it's not only about our CBEs and local preference, it's also about us being able to enforce the living wage. That is also in this. I mean, this is just criminal as far as I'm concerned. And if we want to talk about it, I think that we need to look at the economic development figures that you have here, the jobs, the needs in our county to turn unemployment around. I think maybe that's part of how we address this. But I just think it's a full court press here, because this would be just catastrophic for us to have this thing passed. So that's that. One question about the municipal projects. I talked with Gretchen a little bit about it yesterday, and I wanted to actually just get it on record here, because there are some cities that are not mentioned.
Yes, ma'am.
That I know have certainly have projects that they're asking to be funded. So I just used Sunrise as an example yesterday. So how, could you just kind of clarify
Sure.
where these cities are that have
So
applied?
we have met to date with every city. Some we've actually on our second go-round in terms of explaining the program. The cities are aware through written communications and a meeting with our office about the necessity that as they are proposing their projects, even before they're sending for their review, they submit to us to do the review for the small business participation and the recommended language that we would offer to their solicitations. The list that I'm giving you, the same list that I've given to the Oversight Board, is the list of the cities who have actually submitted projects requesting a goal assignment. We've had conversations with, like I said, with all the cities, but in terms of who has submitted, hey, here's a project, I need a goal, these are the only ones. So I did get your message of Sunrise and some of the others we've had conversation with, but they haven't submitted their official project for review. Do I think some more are coming, just like from Wednesday to getting to today, I had 3 new ones? I think they're gonna start kicking in even more. But some of the other cities who've had conversation just hasn't submitted their projects for their small business review yet. That's all.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Furr, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start off with something that's a little more petty, but the logo, you don't want to use a stoplight for a mobility program. Really, let's not do this. This is not a good idea. It gives you the entire wrong.
It's not the logo.
Well,
so we just did a complete rebrand.
Okay,
and,
good.
and you are on my list of people to show our branding to. So this is the existing branding. This is not the new branding.
Very glad to hear that, because that sends just a whole wrong message. Okay, good.
Unless it's all green.
Unless it's all green lights, but even, you know what? Anytime anybody just sees a stoplight, even if it's green, and I know our little yellow Broward thing fit nicely, perfectly in the little yellow light. That is not enough reason to continue with a logo on it. I was at the MPO at the CEFTEC meeting the other day, and I had noticed that one of the larger projects, probably one of our high priority projects, Pembroke Road project, that connects Pembroke Road out to US 27, was taken off of the list because they were concerned with not being able to meet federal criteria, and let me know if I'm wrong on this, but not being able to meet the federal criteria of the 30%. Can someone speak to that?
Federal criteria?
Ms. Cassini, if you can.
Sure. I think, and again, I'm not entirely certain. I have had a couple of conversations with Mr. Koletka about this. I believe that what happened is that they took it off of the MPO, Long Range Transportation Plan for funding. They moved it to the surtax. All 4 phases of that project that were submitted for surtax funds, they want 100% surtax funding. They will be able to place goals on certain components of that project. But I believe that because the original design that was led by Pembroke Pines and funded through the MPO with FHWA funds, which I believe took it to around 30% of the design before they brought it to us, was funded with federal dollars. There may be an issue with then placing goals on the rest of the design. I think that's what the issue is.
Okay.
But doesn't mean that we won't be able to do it with construction, however.
Okay, I guess I'm going to need a further explanation at some point, because, I mean, I look at that one as probably, if not one of the highest priority, one of them, because it would alleviate congestion by so much on Pembroke Road, Miramar, the whole bit. That, I mean, when we think of why we did the surtax, that is like a poster child for why we did it.
So in no way do I mean to state that it was taken off of the surtax plan. It's been funded.
Right.
All 4 phases have been funded, and in fact, they've already submitted many of their documents for our review. So it has retained its rank.
Okay.
It maintains its funding. I think the issue is, can they place a 30% local preference goal on the design contracts, because there was some federal money brought to those projects.
Okay, so if at some point, not right now, but I would like a kind of whatever a broader explanation on that is, so that I understand it for future projects, in case it ever comes into play.
Commissioner Furr, let me say this, because even the county,
Yeah.
and this is across the country, if they touched any of the federal funds, the DOT funds, then I cannot do local preference, period.
Okay,
So-
okay.
So that's every project. So if
And
it
that's what
started
I,
that way,
and that's what I was trying to get to.
yes, sir.
The point I'm trying to get to.
That's written in the 49 CFR. So at the end of the day, if federal funds is a part of it, you can have no community local preference program. Federal funds then dictate you do your DBE, but I can't do my CBEs or my local, whether I'm in Tennessee, California, across the board, anyone, highway administration projects or acceptable transportation aviation projects, if you take the federal funds,
Okay.
you can't touch local preference.
But I mean, one of the main things we were trying to do is leverage
Oh, no, we agree.
as much as possible our surtax funds to get federal funds. So I guess we have to be aware that some things are not going to be able to match that goal that we have. We might be able to match as much as we can.
But that's still a part of the current argument and fight we're looking
Talk
at.
about what we're
Okay.
doing at the federal.
Yeah, for example, we're getting ready to go, is it next week or the following week? On the federal level,
Next Monday.
we want to push that.
Oh, I know.
It was something we talked about 3 years ago. It was something respectfully I talked about, I don't know, 12 years ago in Michigan. I still want to push the fact that at the end of the day, and especially now during COVID or coming out of COVID, even with federal funds that are being sent to these states, to these counties, to these communities, and most of them really are tied to job and equity opportunities, how can you then say, on behalf of the big prime contractors again, that you don't want local participation? So I'm still up for making sure that I do the federal guidelines. But I believe even with federal funds, even outside of what Tallahassee is talking about, I believe that if I'm FDOT, if I'm Department of Transportation, and you send money to Broward, as long as I'm putting skin in the game, I should be allowed, even with your federal funds, to follow your federal guides, but also still local, do local. That's an argument that we're having, and actually Gretchen and I and others are looking to make that a national campaign because we want that change. Everyone needs to understand. If the country passes infrastructure, the worst thing that can happen, you send that money to Broward, and I'm only stuck with the federal programs and not local. So we need to have that argument now. So it is something that we actually been putting into language for over a year now.
We are presenting it to the NACO Transportation Committee, actually on Monday afternoon. So if any of you can reach out to NACO counterparts and let them know that this is something that's really important to us, that would be helpful.
Yeah, let me know when that is. Yeah, because that's, I mean, just to reiterate, obviously we want to leverage every dollar we
Yes,
can.
agreed.
And, you know, when I see something taken off, and I know it's funded now, and I'm happy with that. But when I see something that's taken off a list because of that, and high priority projects, it concerns me a little bit that maybe we're not leveraging it as much as we can or should. We are in probably the best position of almost any county in the United States based on that, based on this surtax. We have the largest surtax in the United States, if I'm not mistaken, with regard, or on 2018.
Yeah.
We were. And so we are primed for pulling down dollars from all kind of places. And I just want to make sure we do that. Third, on the dashboard, and I know we're getting there, but all I can do is say, let's get there as fast as we can. I think there was even an editorial in the Sun Sentinel a couple days, somebody written in wondering what's going on with surtax, and it's like, I'd love to, I know we can point to our website to a point, but it is not as robust as it needs to be. People need to be able to see where every dollar is going, what every project is, when to expect it, and we've already spent a lot. We've already done a lot of things. People don't know it. They don't know it. They don't know what we've done, and they need to know because they're paying for it, and we promise them not only alleviating congestion and mobility, but we promise transparency. So we have to do this as much as possible as we can. And then lastly, I know Commissioner Udine has been talking much about trying to bring tech and stuff like that in here. We need to figure out where we're putting all the fiber optic and when, because that is how you establish a tech gateway. We need to have a larger discussion of talking about, prioritizing. If we're thinking we're going to have certain areas where we want to put tech and have businesses come down, we have to provide the infrastructure. It's in our plan. But I'm not seeing how we are putting this in motion as quick as possible and where we're putting it in motion. So,
Go ahead.
to the extent that we can do that, and, I'd like to see that happen.
Great question and comment, Commissioner. So I'm doing a presentation tomorrow for the Broward workshop in the morning for the full workshop, and that's one of the slides.
Okay.
So we know exactly where we are putting the fiber down. We actually prioritized the placement of fiber as the backbone so that we connected it to FDOT, what was in their 5-year work plan, what was already in the ground, and we're using the surtax to create those connections because we 100% agree with you. I can get you specifics of exactly what we have done already and what we will be doing in the next 3 years.
And I know, and I understand the integration with FDOT. That's a no-brainer. But we may need to go beyond that and look at where businesses are thinking about, where there may be sections that we can kind of designate as tech gateways or whatever we want to call it.
Right.
That can have spurs going out to it, so that we're able to complete the network on these things.
So we can talk about that separately because there have been some discussions of transportation surtax dollars being utilized for fiber that is transportation and mobility specific, and how do we integrate that so that we can then use maybe unused parts of fiber for those other communications or innovations. And so we are talking with the cities about how we can do that.
Yeah, I think the thing that we said when we were selling this was that, yes, we're going to be putting down a fiber optic line for transportation. But when you're dropping one line, you can drop another 100.
Right.
And those other 100 can go for all communications, police safety, all those other things. I think we all want to start to see how that starts to look. I want to see that. I won't speak for everybody, but how, because this is an enormous potential for this county for the next 100 years of where we're going to be placing this and how you're going to be adding not only the one fiber optic for transportation, but for all the other things. So how and where we do that, we need to be discussing that sooner than later.
Commissioner Furr, I'm sure that in 100 years, we won't be using fiber optics. We'll be using focused neutrons or some other technology that we've never heard of yet. Were you finished, Commissioner Furr? Dr. Sharif, you're recognized, ma'am.
And Bitcoin will be our form of currency.
Not a chance. It's doggy coin.
All right, so, and piggybacking off of what Commissioner Furr just said, when we talked about the surtax and about notifying our residents of what was coming, we had this very robust plan when we first started. It was a very good communication plan. I think, Cindy, you attended some meetings with me in my district, and Gretchen also. And we were really moving along when we first started with surtax. And then we had that one mailer, and then it was done. I thought maybe as the project progresses, maybe we do these public service announcements, like your surtax dollars at work in your area, maybe on the cable TV network or something, maybe put together like a public service announcement to let people know what's coming in their area as a result of the surtax. So maybe that, since you said people don't really know what we're doing with the money, maybe that's one way we can do these PSAs that are area specific to let people know what's coming as a result of that.
If I might chime in on this one a bit, because we have extensive conversations about this. So when you start talking about, you've got 31 cities with projects, multiple projects, you have county projects, and they're in various stages. So when you tell someone something is coming, you want to tell them when it's coming.
Right.
And until we have, and I think we're finally now to the point where we have all of our project agreements with the municipality, because before that, we couldn't tell people,
anything.
We want to do this, they want to do this, but we couldn't tell them when they could expect it. So we now have a formal communications plan.
Okay.
They have to identify the projects with the logo and the whole 9 yards, transportation. So one of our challenges will be, and I think we talked about, we're going to have to do more focus groups on this, because it is so much data, mining it can be overwhelming. So we just have to figure out, because when we saw that article, we were like, well, all this stuff, we've just got a lot of data. So we have to figure out through focus groups now, what is it that people really want to know? And what you want to know is based on who you are. If you're a business person or looking for, you want this. If you are a citizen, you want that. I mean, so you've got so many different constituent groups that just trying to figure out what's the best way to communicate all that's happening is our challenge. And so we just talked about, we need to do more focus groups on that so that people within a certain constituent area can, if all I really care about is X, then I know I can go here. If I just want to make sure that my travel is not impeded when I'm going to work every day, this is where I can go, and so forth and so on. So we're having to have to work through that a little bit more.
Well, I don't want to, I know that we've been sending them to the website. What my point was like, for example, in West Park and in Pembroke Park. So we are doing bus shelters and some improvements to community bus service and some of the things that relate to transportation directly, like to move traffic along, signalization, that type of thing. So I'm thinking in terms of not getting so specific with this PSA, but just simply, if I'm in those areas saying your surtax dollars at work, we're improving bus shelters, access for community bus service and senior citizens, something like that, and then move it along. Not to say on Southwest 23rd Street and 7th.
No, I think we're in a better position to do that now that we're signing off on these project agreements with municipalities, because that's a lot of boots on the ground that we didn't have until now. We're finally getting them out.
That's cool.
So we can.
That's fine. And then the other thing, do you have a budget for direct mail in these cities anymore?
We have a full communications and public outreach plan budget, and it's over a 5-year period of time.
Okay.
A lot of that is for municipal specific outreach and branding and things like that. But what we'd actually talked about, we thought it was probably a more cost-effective strategy, was to do more rooftop specific kind of social media messaging campaigns to individuals that were within an affected area, sending out information in various languages, very basic, lots of graphics, visuals, maybe some videos. That is what we're trying to do in, individual communities, all the way out to the municipalities. And then even at the district level, for some of you that have projects that cross over municipal jurisdictions, larger county projects. But once the dashboard is live, and probably just a couple of weeks, again, as Ms. Henry mentioned, we were waiting on not only to have all of the projects finalized and approved, but also for the branding to be done. We can come back to each of you individually and kind of talk through what the strategy is going to be with respect to communicating in your communities, in your HOAs, and if you have any specific strategies that you want us to look at, we're happy to hear from you about that.
So I have just one that I think that we all have in common, and that's senior people that are not social media savvy.
Yes.
And I know we focus a lot on social media campaigns and on Facebook and Twitter and all that stuff, but not everybody has one of those. So I just want us to keep that in mind as we start the focus on communication.
Well, and the signage that we're putting out is really important, but if people aren't leaving, they're not going out, they're not going to see the signage. I just wanted you to know that the Public Information Officer for the Mobility Advancement Program is in the audience taking copious notes on what you all are sharing. So She's back there typing away.
Thanks, Gretchen, I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Thank you, Ms. Henry.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and I think our last speaker is Commissioner Udine,
Yeah, I'm going to be quick because everything's already been said,
but not by everybody.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we can be provided with slides from the workshop that you're doing tomorrow, especially that mentions the different tech upgrades that are going on throughout the different streets.
Yeah, it'll be
If
my
you can.
pleasure. I'd be happy to send that out to all of you.
Thank you. The second thing is, and Bertha kind of touched on it, but I just want to expand. Let's post wins. Let's post successes that we have with this. Because I even think in the editorial, they said that we're doing most of what we said we're doing and we're trying to do it correctly, but it's just very difficult to get through the information. But let's really, even if it's a small victory that we have in some of this, a small intersection, let's really try and get it out there as much as we can. And the last thing, and I don't mean this to be city-specific, Commissioner Holness and I were at North Lauderdale's commission meeting a few nights ago, and I just want to, and I see they're doing this, and maybe this is more to Sandy, just let's make sure that when we're dealing with the smaller municipalities, that we're doing what we can to help them get these projects through. Because if you look at the number of projects that they're submitting, like North Lauderdale has 3 of them, and they're right up near the top, and they're a small municipality that doesn't have the professional staff that some of these bigger ones have. So they're thankful for what we're doing with them, but I think they're going to need some help on our end to make sure this goes through. And I'm just saying North Lauderdale because I was there, but I'm sure it's all the small cities in all of our districts to make sure that if there is something that satisfies this of putting people to work, even if it's a smaller city, to make sure we're doing what we can to help. That's all I have.
Thank you. I'll get you next minute. Let me get you
quick.
now.
Sandy?
Commissioner Fisher, you're recognized, sir.
Sandy, what was that city that you talked about at the first beginning when it had all those wonderful ideas?
Pompano Beach.
Is that Pompano Beach?
Pompano
Okay,
Beach.
just want to make sure it was, okay. Thank you, Sandy.
Okay, I'm sorry, where was that? Okay. Okay, Ms. Henry, just a quick question. I mean, I had thought that when we were talking about the fiber optic, that it was specifically for roadways. And I would envision if we're going to try and figure out where we're going to be laying other fiber optic lines because of where we expect businesses to locate, that will touch off another firestorm unless we're going to say we'll do it everywhere. Because otherwise, if we're saying, well, we're going to have it at the Cypress Creek corridor and in downtown Lauderdale, great, but then I think we're further reinforcing only the winning areas and not any of the losing areas that might arguably need fiber optic more. And
So the plan was always designed to put the big trunks in. They weren't never designed to go into each little individual neighborhood. I mean, it was to put the spine in. And there's and we'll provide you with what that looks like. So the county's been doing fiber, the state's been doing fiber. The county and the state got together and said, let's fill out our grid the way, this way. And when municipalities, actually, when you know where we're going to be in, this is going back to what Commissioner said, we can't use surtax dollars to put in your fiber for other things. Right. But if we're going to be laying fiber in the ground and you want to come behind us and lay your fiber, just like if we're going to be on a roadway and you need to put a sewer pipe in, we can't pay to put your sewer pipe in, but if we're going to be, 3 feet deep in an area, come on, that's why we publish, that's why we tell you what we're doing, and it's important to know when we do it so everybody can plan around so we can take advantage of that.
But so the goal you're saying that the cities or private sector can do this, but it's not going to be the county that's doing it, although since the county's already opened up the trench, it will be far less expensive for
absolutely,
the cities or
and
private
disruptive to the
it.
community and a whole host of other things.
Okay.
And we took advantage of that in South County on a couple of projects.
Yeah,
They helped
they
them.
did.
Miramar, in Pembroke Pines.
I know they did a lot of sewer lines and things
Yes.
of that nature.
And
Right.
wastewater drainage,
Right.
right?
Yeah, it was-
When you were doing the traffic thing, traffic digging. I don't
Right.
remember what the proper
I
name
know when
was
your
called.
district commissioner on
Ours.
441, there was a ton of that stuff.
Yeah, but where we share,
Right.
you know, when we going over the Pembroke Road overpass,
Yeah.
you know, part of it's mine, part of it's yours.
Actually, I started on
Right.
Pines.
Yeah.
Right.
So, she was helping them with that. I just wanted to know.
Okay.
So it's a win-win for everybody. We have to go in, we have to excavate, we have to do whatever it is we're doing. But if the municipalities know when we're coming and we know when they're going, we all can coordinate our projects and save the community.
Okay. And Ms. Henry.
Congrats to Miramar too. They just had $1 billion unicorn taken out. MD Live just got taken out by Cigna Insurance. That's Miramar, Broward based. Big win for the county.
Okay. And Ms. Henry, upcoming financial
Okay,
challenges.
so I'm
But the
gonna
good
bring
news
Mr.
here that I see is we have fully 4% funded.
Well, we started talking with you about this, you know, a few meetings ago. It's been several meetings ago during the budget process. And what we're putting in front of you here is that these are the main capital projects that are kind of on the books. And in some way, shape, or form, we may have started spending money to kind of get them ready. You know, they go through these multiple phases. And so we're looking at different strategies to get that done. And I won't steal Mr. Foster's thunder, but go ahead.
No, I think, Commissioners, we just wanted to end with a couple of thoughts on, this was on the capital budget. So this is a slide you saw last fall. And so the capital budget that we'll be working on proposing to you, we will attempt to make progress on some of these. We have some ideas for the fiscal '22. But we just want to remind everyone that these are coming in the next 3, 4, 5 years. And we will have to come up with.
Add to the economic base.
And also, these are all the generally funded projects. They're separate than convention center and everything else with the airport. So these are just ones, we just want to remind you that these are on the capital side. We're trying to fit these in over the next couple of years with various different kinds of funding proposals for them. On the operating side, as the county administrator mentioned, I think at the beginning of the meeting, there's a couple of items we just wanted to remind everyone relating to, there will be a new tax collector. Well, I think we'll be elected in 2024, so there will be some changes to how our taxes are collected. And for the point of view of this discussion is there will probably likely be a charge that we will have to pay that tax collector to collect taxes that currently is all done internally within RTT. Also, there is some certain duties will transition to the clerk by 2025, and we think there will be some financial impact depending on those activities that transfer, because the revenues and the costs will transfer with them. So the last bullet should really be indented out to the left. I apologize. So we think, based on some fiscal notes that the county prepared when the state was considering these bills a couple of years ago, and we've updated these a little bit. On the tax collector side, potentially there could be a net loss of $10 million. So the revenue we would lose minus the spending that we would no longer have would be a net of $10 million, and this would be largely general fund because it's largely going to relate to ad valorem tax collection. On the recording function side, that piece, if that were to go to the clerk, that would be a potential net loss. So the revenue less the spending of the people who do the recording is about a $4 million item. So both of those in the operating budget side will probably, as you know, is our usual pattern, we'll start to set aside some money for these so that we don't just get hit with a big impact a few years down the road. But we just wanted to remind everyone of those. And in terms of the budget process internally, after today's discussion, we will start the formal kickoff with internal agencies. We've already done the capital budget. On the operating side, we're looking at this point probably not to encourage everyone to give us lots of supplements. until we have a clearer picture of the revenue. And I think it was wonderful information we got from the property appraiser this morning. But I think it's still likely to be a much lower increase if it's as positive as he was describing in some of those scenarios than we've had the last several years. Non-general fund budgets will of course depend on the specific circumstances, and so that's why we wanted you to hear from the airport, and we'll work the port in as well, and CVB, because those all rely on substantial non-general fund revenues that are very uncertain. And lastly, of course, just to beat a dead horse 400 or 500 times, we have two unbelievable uncertainties going into this budget round. It's really hard to know where ad valorem will end up, and I think, as the property appraiser described, there's still scope for a lot of appeals to happen that will happen from a timetable point of view. They could go on into the fall and even into early next year. So we are still looking at how much we may have to set aside for the VAB process.
You know, just to interrupt you, Barbara and I are on VAB, and we've denied all the appeals, so we're already done.
Excellent. Please don't say that.
Just joking. That was just a joke. I'm just joking.
For the record, sorry, Bogan was simply joking, but nonetheless, those remarks are hereby stricken.
That was just a joke. Just a little humor in a busy day.
Appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Myers, is there anything else we need to do to strike Mr. Bogan's remarks?
I think you've handled it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. His humorous, joking, non-serious remarks.
We wish you well with your probably higher workload. Yes. And people are facing very tough situations. So, on the other side of the House, I think the House of Representatives in Washington has passed a bill that we are informally referring to as COVID-3, where it goes in the Senate now, or whether it gets amended. But it is an illustration, both with the infrastructure tax, that there could be additional financial assistance for various purposes from Congress this year. We still think that it's almost certainly going to be non-recurring, and so we have to weave it into our budget discussions, but we still have to keep our eye on the structural budget outlook, because taking on any recurring obligations, given the uncertainties of recurring revenue, is still what we have to keep our eye on. But Congress looks like, one body has now acted. Whether the other will amend it or whether not pass it or pass it in a different form or later is all up in the air too. But
thank you. Are there any questions? Are there any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Henry, is there anything else to come before us today?
Not today.
Okay. In that case, members, please wear your masks and social distance. We are still in the middle of a pandemic, and we are adjourned.
Mayor, real quick, are we going to have a workshop on the 16th of March? Because that's a little tough day for me, so I'm just wanting to plan.
Tough day for me, too.
You have a hold on that for March 16th. Is there going to be a workshop, you think, Ms. Henry?
Right now, we're not. We probably can release that one. We're going to work the port in for May.
Perfect, thank you.
Bertha, I wasn't here at the beginning, they were talking about allocation of funds and stuff. Can you allocate like $1,000 on teaching how to park for, Commissioner Sharif likes to take my lines up and
However, wait. I must say that Commissioner Udine has actually learned to get.
Commissioner Sharif's got the biggest vehicle in park.
This is so unfair because Commissioner Burr, he came first and started it. Oh, man.
The lines, just to make it clear, thank you, we did get.
To be clear, we are adjourned.
No, but that's not fair. Oh.
The COVID-19 vaccines can be our chance to get back to our plans, who we are, what we miss, to get back to each other, to life. But it's okay to have questions, like, how were the vaccines tested? In rigorous clinical trials among adults of diverse backgrounds. Can the vaccines give you COVID-19? You cannot get COVID-19 from a vaccine. Why should I get vaccinated? Protecting yourself also helps protect the people around you. Find the latest information at getvaccineanswers.org.